has one defender. He's got a lot of grass. He'll send it up for Nomdom's far post for Phoenix, who wins it in overtime for Team.
Al mando la contra. La quiere jugar con Ricky. Ricky para Consentino. Consentino de nuevo para Ricky. ¡Gol de Ricky!
Taquito.
Now getting involved in the box. That's a shot. Hit good. Zulu calling game one for Team Orthodox.
Oh my goodness. And after all of the heat check here for Skotos, a turtle dive. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the big event that we are all waiting to see as I pop on into frame for a super duper fun night over here at Major Rematch Championship. I am your host, per usual, guys, Pelmav up in the booth. But you might be seeing a certain figure to my right that'll be not here right now, so at least we'll be missing the first match that we're going to be casting, and potentially a second depending on how fast we move along. But Mr. Taquito, my good buddy, will be joining me in the booth as the night progresses, and hopefully for the bulk of it. It's going to be a lot of fun today, as you guys can probably imagine, and as you also see right below me, next up on the slate is a lot of cool matchups. But first on the menu might be arguably my favorite matchup of the entire first round of the bracket, which, speaking of the bracket, let me show it to you guys right now. It's a very interesting bracket. It's a bit of a hybrid bracket, so we're going to be obviously flowing along trying to explain it the best we can. But it starts obviously with the teams up in the winners bracket because they made it all the way through, solely through the winners. That is obviously the two Overdose sides and then Voidbound and 100x35. They have a chance to, technically, if they lose a match, they still are able to play in another one. It's still technically double elim at this stage of the top 8. So not the same as it was during our EU event in the kickoff tournament, which was just a straight best of 7s single elim top 8 bracket. So it's a lot more complex this time, and I think it's for the better. And so we'll be kicking it off with Voidbound and 100x35 over here on the main. SS, my good buddy SS, going to be doing the Overdose Derby, which is a great match between Overdose NA, Overdose South America, over there on his channel. So definitely go check that one out if you guys are interested in doing that one. And then over on the losers bracket, only two of these two of the sides here can try to extend their hopes in winning it all in this tournament here today. Strive Core versus Strive Esports, as well as another derby. So the Overdose one on the upper side, and then the Strive one, a couple of EU teams facing off here in the bottom side. The only two EU teams remaining. And then all the way at the bottom, and a couple of NAs fighting it off between Future and Morty's Minions. And a lot at stake. And you guys can see kind of how it progresses. The Game 1 and Game 2 winners from that winner side of the bracket will automatically reach, they get to skip an entire round, essentially. Whereas the teams that lose, they'll have to go straight in and play the teams that won from the losers bracket. So hopefully that makes some sense, and it'll make some more sense, obviously, as the night progresses. But that is a look at our bracket here tonight. And again, we'll be having Taquito join in with us as the night progresses, hopefully here. Going to be a lot of fun indeed tonight, guys. And obviously going to be trying my best to give as much casting as you possibly can. As it looks like we are loading into our very first lobby here of the night. But obviously, since this first round of the bracket, again, everything is best of 5 as well, by the way, until the best of 7 grand final. What's going on, Mufasa? Here to watch your team try their best on this opening match. And again, Voidbound, 100x, both have done unbelievable things so far in this tournament. And everyone looking to continue. Obviously, Strive, I think, is the favorite from the loser side to really make a run, as they've been doing an incredible job, and no team knows their own Strive Core team is better than they do. Obviously, Strive Esports probably the favorite in that one. They obviously just come off of, I just casted PRT number 10, which a lot of the NA people obviously don't know what that is. Obviously, it's an EU competition, but it was a fun one today, obviously, with it being a a King of the Hill style, and Strive ended up winning one match that was built up from a different team, and taken up pretty much the majority of the prize pool. And so now, obviously, a little bit of rest, taking their time coming into this one as they look to prepare and go on a run, again, in that loser side of the bracket. But we're going to be trying to get you as many POVs as we can. Again, I'm doing this one right here, 100X and Voidbound. SS, I believe, is doing the Overdose Derby on the other match of the winner side. And then I believe there's going to be some player POVs potentially being streamed as well from the losers first round, if you guys are also interested in pulling those up as well. Realistically, what I'm saying is that you should be able to quad box if you really wanted to, for all of my fellows out there that, you know, when it comes around like the NFL season in particular, obviously, you know, when you do that quad box, there's nothing really better than that. You get to see all these different teams play, but we are now finally here in the big stages, the top 8. Last time we did a top 8, obviously the EU one, it was nothing but cinema. It was one of the most fun I've ever had in casting an individual tournament on one night. It was so much fun on that Sunday, and now here we are a couple of weeks later doing one for NA Season 4, where it all began here with MRC. And right now it appears that we're just, again, waiting on one of these two teams to join on in. So guys, got you on the intro, showed everything. Shout out to eHob, shout out to everybody that put this stuff together. And I have a feeling that the moment I send this to a BRB, we're going to be back and really quick. So don't go anywhere, guys. I'll see you in just a moment.
Don't you go? You make my every cell flow, my every breath slow and cold. Yeah, that's how you make me feel I'm yours. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, no. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To come down, like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. Don't you know, we all need someone to love me, someone to make it feel like home. You make me feel I'm home. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. You hit me like right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and it is showtime as everybody has found their way in the lobby. A match that, again, I cannot describe to you guys how much I love seeing this matchup, how much I care and appreciate what both teams have done for the rematch scene over its duration of time. Mendoza, Isagi, Seth, Ty, and Dirty Toro representing the new age of Voidbound, who walked their way into this final day with a couple of mercy rules in the winner's bracket. Now go up against a team that in the previous MRC Season 3 of NA, in the postseason, made a dream run and announced themselves as a true contender moving forward. 100x35 NA, spearheaded by their two forwards with A5 and Sir Grizzles. They got Jergsy, they've got their last man anchor Red, and they've got a legendary keeper based on that one night in Skotos holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, it is game time here in the top 8 of our NA kickoff tournament of Season 4. I even turned up the graphics a little bit for you guys. Because I know people always make fun of me sometimes because I've been trying to run the graphics relatively low, but special occasions, sometimes you got to do some special things. As Grizzles collects that ball in the turnover there. The Voidbound giving that one away right off rip. They go 3 in the box. They try to send it in deep here for A5, who... A5, what a true striker he is. Him versus Isagi up front, which for everyone that's not aware, never meant to belong, is Isagi. As you could see him take a shot right there, blocked wonderfully so by Jergsy. But that striking matchup here tonight, I think, is going to be a true spectacle to watch, as both of them are so phenomenal at putting the ball in the back of the net in a variety of ways. As it is Ty, now right wing, whipping it in here for Isagi. Another great block by Jergsy. He's now 2 for 2 on the man dubbed NA's last hope. That was such a big moment, obviously, leaving his previous squad, obviously the grade A losers, joining in with this new age Voidbound. And look at this play! Oh my! A5 to Grizzles, and he just sends it off the left post. They'll send another one in for Grizzles, and he earns it back! Lovely goal here and a great start right out of the gates for 100x35. Jergsy sending it right back in. Mendoza trusts Dirty Toro to make that save, but he ends up fainting into the opposite direction. And Grizzles, some good redemption immediately after sending his first shot off the post. Now scores the first one here. And this is kind of what we expect, though. These are two teams that are very high-powered offensive clubs. I mean, they both have a knack to really score a number of goals. Ty, his cross now for Isagi. Right side is good! Right after 2 minutes has surpassed, Isagi Oichi has tied the game with a goal of his own. Nasty shot right there, and we're going to be seeing so much of that. That's why, guys, I can't express to you how fun this is for me up in the booth, and I hope it's fun for everyone else, as well as the players on the pitch, because it truly is such an unreal matchup to have. And the good news for them is, even if they do, whoever it is that ends up losing, unfortunately, they still have at least another chance. Seth in, shot, another one! Now it's saved by Skotos. Mav, if that's true, by the way, again, I'm only going based off of what I was told yesterday, which could be wrong because people never really know who's who when it comes to these Steam names at the end of the day. Grizzles cutting in around Ty, plays it on the line over here for A5, no good, as he just sends it himself into the opposite corner. Ball sent in deep by Dirty Toro. Now he has to go back to his line as it's still 100x in control. Grizzles in, no good. A5, no sir. And yes, sir, Mr. Taquito. He'll be joining us later tonight, at least according to the rumors. And Voidbound, not just Voidbound, this is a nasty team. Taquito, obviously, I talked about it with you a while ago as Grizzles' shot saved there by Dirty T. But obviously, that was a big news for me and Taquito as a couple of old heads of the game. Seeing Voidbound come back after quite a hiatus. A5, one-on-one here with the keeper. Dribbling. Shot left side is saved. Down low by Dirty Toro. This Voidbound team, I mean, it's one of those things, it's hard to gauge, obviously, because of how the game has progressed so much. But this Voidbound team is really something special. Again, they have the OG2, obviously, with Dirty Toro in net, and Ty as well on the pitch. But these new additions, Mendoza, Seth, as well as what I believe to be Asagi, but even if it's pretty, another new one indeed. They have been nothing but perfection so far over the majority of the tournaments that they've been a part of since coming back. Under 2 minutes to go here in game number 1. Jergsy through A5, blocked by Mendoza. Good work here by Voidbound after allowing the opening goal. They were able to score one themselves and settle in defensively now here into this, again, that potent attack of 100X. One of those true teams that really does incorporate different styles of play in their offense. This one sent in again. Big block right there by Red. And that shot again away. Sturgsy and Red tasked with a lot in trying to stop that man in particular up front, who's waiting ominously right there at the penalty dot. Shot no good. Grizzles and A5 merging for the interception. It's Grizzles who's looking for number 2, and it's taken away by Seth on the slide tackle from behind. Again, guys, everything is a best of 5 except for the grand finals later tonight. In left side, Ty. It's Isagi. What a shot, but a save indeed by Skotos. Great work right there by Skotos, keeping this 100X team alive. He sends it a nuke down in for A5. It's no good. It's cleared away, but Red is the first one to it. Red, one-on-one here with an opposing player. Goes back over the middle for Jergsy. Left side, Grizzles looking back for Jergsy, and it's blocked right down low by Mendoza. Wastes no time, plays it on out. It's never meant to belong with a chance to win it, and he might have just done that. An unexpected pass shot here from the main striker of Voidbound to give them the lead. With only 22 seconds on the clock, it's game on here for 100x35. As they'll have to convert A5, their main goal scorer, who hasn't scored one just about yet. And it might take them until another game as Mendoza comes away with another incredible block, plays it over the middle for Ty, and that is it. Game number 1 in the books, a final score of 2-1. And Voidbound with a statement comeback in game 1. As always, with a win, are one step closer. Again, look at that game from A5. He was limited. He had the lowest score of anybody in the lobby, and that's obviously an amazing thing to do. And now we go once again. Game 2. It looks like Petey's now left our lobby. And so here we go. Once again now, game 2. As we will pass the ball on over Dirty Toro and his team. Such a legendary figure. Coming away with a massive moment here. As they will play it into the left side. Grizzles in A5, who, again, we just talked about how didn't have much of an impact in that opening game. And, again, credit to Seth and Mendoza as the sole reasons for that. Because A5, I mean, without that level of defense, I mean, he is going to wreak havoc on whoever it is he faces. But great work indeed right there I agree, Taquito. I agree. Grizzles guiding it on back here. Gets it for his keeper, Skotos. Immediately plays it on the ground. And now Red, who hasn't really gone over the halfway mark as much in this series, plays it in, trying to get it over the defenders. And A5, no shot there as it was cleared away again by Mendoza. Ball whipped in once again, trying to go left side for A5, but it falls its way into the hands of Dirty Toro. Seth over the top now for Pretty. It's good. And again, this is so crazy that this is the case because we're getting conflicting reports right now about who this player is, which I never thought you would see the day. I mean, me and Petey thought it was Asagi. At least that's what I was told. But now it actually could be Pretty as well. And we don't even know. We just don't even know. I'm going to have to ask good old Dirty Toro. Tie in again for Asagi, no good. And that's what I thought, you know, just like looking at the way that this player is playing, and that's what I assumed the other night when I casted them. Red in, Grizzles far side, A5, down, what a play! Knock, knock, 100X, right back in it. They had given up 3 in a row, unanswered in this match. They go A5, heading it down. Look at the run over the middle by Jergsy, and he just absolutely sends a rocket into the right side. Just brilliant work right there by 100X. It's a great play call, and everything works out for them to get this game back level at 1 goal apiece. As ties ball in, no good once again. Skotos over the halfway line, sends it on in for Jergsy into the box. No good right there. And Jergsy's not able to hold on to this one as Seth does poke it away from him. But a good back and forth this is, as fellow good friend Deadsy watching on in the chat to support, obviously, I would imagine, the 100X team. A lot of supporters from all of these teams. Again, we got all their matches in round 1 all happening simultaneously on the same side. A5, beautiful bicycle kick save, though. Diving to his left was Dirty Toro, who has just been one of those always prominent figures of the GK position. Sagi triple teamed on that time around. Beautiful block. It is Red, the first one to it. He's able to navigate and send it on back again for the keeper. Sir Grizzles, who scored the opening goal of the game 1 after redeeming himself after a tough miss. Trying to get something to go there. And again, they're still looking to try to get A5. But A5, again, great assist on their answer back here in game 2. Over halfway in. Ball in. Isagi. Number 2 for Isagi Oichi. Right side netting. It's pure. And Voidbound is right back up in front. Let's get a closer look at this one right here. Just left side. Jergsy tracking back. Going for the dolphin dive. But it wasn't enough. And Isagi delivers a big-time goal, which, again, he's going to be trying to do that all night long. And this Voidbound team is strong as they come. Red, left side for Grizzles. Sets it up now for A5, and it's saved. Good work right there. Keeping that one away. Tie right. Isagi again, now left. Beautiful save this time around by Skotos. It's always going to be a tough one for whoever keeper it is that has to go up against a man like Isagi. But Skotos, he's shown us that he's more than capable in tournaments prior. Red, left side wall, loves to go with that play right off the get-go. Falls his way for Grizzles, who tries to take it. Maybe a little camera flick right there, but it is intercepted. And now taken up the other end here by Seth. Mendoza in, looking for tie, blocked by Jergsy. Jergsy, who's been doing this pretty much all night long. He has done an amazing job. He scored the 1 goal so far in game 2. He's been playing stellar defense as A5, another shot saved again here by Dirty Toro, who just has his number right now. Mendoza approaching, sends it in. What a pass for Ty. Try to set it up again right at the start of the box there for Isagi, no good. But Mendoza does it anyways, and it is saved. Off the wall, a tad bit and into the hands of Skotos. And right now, same score as it ended in game 1. So 100x, final minute to try to get back level in this one. They send it on in from Jersey. Not enough there for A5. It's Grizzles instead. Trying to break down Ty. Plays it all the way back for the keeper here, although Isagi is right up on him. It is touched and blocked, but Red playing back. Good job there. Red, right up the gut. Grizzles will shot, misses it. The tap-in is wide. Close, misses right there for 100x. And now Voidbound with 30 seconds and the ball. They send it on in, and it's a header over the top for the hat trick by Isagi Oichi to likely put the finishing touches here in game 2. Just a great idea with Skotos relatively close to him rather than playing on the line. Incredible display of striking for Isagi here on the big night to kick off season 4. Skotos in for Grizzles, blocked. Nobody back at keeper. Seth maybe trying to get one to go. It's now Ty instead. Likely not going to take a shot. Maybe just looking to hold on. No, they do send it in for Seth, but it is grabbed, and that is it. Game 2 is in the books with a final score of 3-1. And just like that, Voidbound are one more win away from moving on deep into the bracket. Well, let's go then, folks. Game 3. It's now do or die here for 100x as they've been fighting close. Been scoring a couple of early goals to try to get back level in this game. And again, both points, they were 1-1, but it's just been Voidbound that have pulled away each time kind of in the second half of the game. And so now 100x trying to extend this series beyond what could just be a 3-game one. Jersey. Right over the top of the box, it is Grizzles. A5 waiting patiently, takes an incredible shot, and he has arrived. A5 with his first goal of the night. Covered by 2 defenders, snaps to it off the post and in. Beautiful pass on in, and 100x start the scoring here in game 3. Ty, given space on the right side, now whips it in for Isagi on the other end, who went to go to the left. Skotos knew it too well. Look at the pass from Grizzles. A5, can he get a quick double up? No, he cannot. Dirty Toro just running out, diving at him, keeping that one away. Isagi, it's box-to-box action right now. His pass shot takes a touch off of the foot of Jersey and falls once again. What a high-action first minute this has been. Red, Jersey, A5, left side. Good punch out there by Dirty Toro. 100x, they just seem real vicious right now. Jersey just continuously feeding A5 here. And Grizzles doing the right thing, playing it on back with the heat on him. Red, Grizzles, some longtime teammates and know each other's tendencies quite well. Grizzles and Jersey playing it on the ground, back and forth, sets it up to the top of the box. Jersey defense is all over the place here for Voidbound, but it's enough to get the stand. Ty, maybe a bit fortunate with that deflection, almost fell to Seth. Mendoza's pass on in, blocked again by Grizzles. And these 100x guys, they're fighting valiantly right now. They are all over the place, doing everything. Because again, I mean, you lose this one, you then take on a winner of the match. Again, directly, I'll have to pull up the bracket to refresh my memory. I'll take on, obviously, whoever wins in one of the losers matches, which is not necessarily the greatest of things to go up against because there's some really great teams, obviously, down there here in that final top 8 day, as there's not really anybody that's a fluke by any means. Jergsy shipping it on over once again here for Sir Grizzles. Right, once again, Jergsy. They're playing it back and forth. Sets it up again here for Jergsy, left side. Saved by Dirty Toro, who has been starting to get tested more and more, and he's been doing a pretty good job overall in this series. Has only allowed 1 goal right now in each of the 3 games, but that could change. Ty, his ball in for Isagi. Not on the mark. Grizzles plays it right up the middle. Oh, it looked to be an easy one right there with A5 relatively open right up the middle, but he's not able to hold on to that ball. Instead, it's Ty. Isagi right side, triple man block. Credited to Red right there. And great work all around being had here by 100X over halfway through, holding on to this 1-goal lead. Grizzles and Jergsy, a little back and forth here, action on the ground. Sends it now up, header, A5, trying to control it, but Seth, enough of a presence. Grizzles, what a slide tackle there. Jergsy once again in the box here for 100X. With Mendoza right up on him. Just tries to play the pass away, but only Isagi was there to intercept it. As now it's Seth on ground. Isagi trying to go back heel there, but again, still a ton of traffic going on right now. When it comes to this 100X defense, they are making it difficult here for Voidbound to try to crack through. Let's see if they can. They do get a clean shot off, but Skodos running up makes a great save. Jergsy given a lot of time here on the right. Looks to pick out A5. Shot is good, but it is blocked by Mendoza. Balls to Grizzles once again. Sets it up another one over the top this time for A5, but no diamond there. Jergsy now returning it in for Grizzles. Mendoza climbing the ladder. And plenty of good blocks right now here for Voidbound. And where their offense has been null and void so far here in Game 3, their defense has been sharp, as it always has been in this series. Red. Just leaving it up here for Grizzles. In it goes. A5 gets open. A5 shot. Left side. He's missed it. Just a tad bit to the left. Would have been a monumental goal right there to give them a 2-goal lead instead. It's still just 1. As Ty in possession. Goes in here for Isagi. It's battered around. Red and Grizzles trying to keep it away. Mendoza. Seth. Up the gut. Isagi. He's going after it. It's Ty. 30 on the clock, and it ends up with Dirty. Dirty Toro trying to settle his team, give them some comms on what it is they want to do here on this 1 or 2 final looks. They'll go Ty. Mendoza for Isagi. Oh, play was there for Voidbound. They just couldn't get that man to get the shot off, as the pass was just off. And now it's Jergsy and 100X moving this one up the pitch. Instead of trying to preserve, they do give it away. And so Voidbound have one more opportunity. Try to force Game 3 into overtime. And back and forth now here, being played by Seth and Dirty Toro. Let's see what they've got in store for us here, as all 3 of their other outfielders waiting top of the box, waiting for them something to break. They go in. Isagi, immediate shot, and it's saved. Skodos saves the day right at the buzzer for 100x35, and this series continues. All of those guys stacked up on the box, and it ended up just being straight to Isagi, and Skodos was ready for it. And so now here we go once again with game 4. As Voidbound, a couple of close wins, but certainly deserved in their opening 2 games. But not the same story in the previous. 100X still 3 straight games, all with just 1 goal, which, again, overall, maybe not a winning formula, but they've done a great job in terms of their defense and holding that. A5 shot left side, no good. Seth looking for Ty. Again, sent away. As 100X back in the white uniforms here. Mendoza trying to go top box, no good. A5 is able to corral it. Good work there by A5 on 100X. And a switch timely for Jergsy. Red right up the gut for Grizzles. Bounces off the wall. Sir Grizzles with a goal to his name on the day, and that one trying to go backwards ends up going against them. It's Isagi. Pass shot far post saved. Good break right there by Voidbound, but again, Skotos, he's starting to heat up, ladies and gentlemen. It's Grizzles and Jergsy. A little back and forth play here, and eventually Mendoza says, I've had enough of that, and steps in to end that possession. Seth, right side, Ty, in for Isagi! With a bullet. Great shot here by Isagi Oichi. And he gets to blow one past Skotos this time around and give Voidbound the lead. So close to a replay right there, but they had other plans. By the way, for everyone curious about the bracket I mean, you can take a look at days 1 and 2 via that link in the bracket, but day 3, it is not on the website. It is something, it's a specially curated bracket that I'm able to show you guys in between our games, in between our series, or you can just take a look at it in the Discord. If you are in the MRC Discord, you can take a look at what the bracket is specifically. It is a hybrid bracket. Again, a lot of cool stuff, because whoever exits this one, it doesn't mean it's necessarily over for them. Sir Grizzles. Left side. His cross took a bit too long as Mendoza's diving attempt is successful. Grizzles does earn it back, though. Plays it all the way back again here for Red and Skotos to try to handle. Skotos, deep left side. A5 not able to control it as Mendoza, again, just all over the place here tonight. A5, another one cleared away by Mendoza. Oh, my goodness. Giving 100X absolutely nothing to work with right now. Skotos, Grizzles, again Mendoza. I mean, the guy's like glue on him right now. They free it up, though, by going to Red. Open on the left side. Plays one in over the top for A5. Too many defenders, but that pass as well soaring over the head of everybody. And the jab at it halfway through game 4. It's a 1-goal lead for Voidbound. And in these situations, just historically in this series, is typically where they start to prevail. Ty, right side for Isagi, no good. Does play it on back here for Mendoza. Mendoza, his cross in for Ty. Shot left side is good! And Ty, welcome on into the scoring party. 2-goal lead for Voidbound in game 4. It's getting real comfortable for them now. Where it's been Isagi pretty much all night long as Grizzles takes a nice shot. Punched away once again here by Dirty Toro. Him and Ty, what a connection. Despite such different sides of the pitch. Seth going left. It's Ty trying to ring one in once again as Voidbound. They're not done just yet. Still plenty of time. Ty in right over the middle. Takes a block there by Red, and an additional slide tackle certainly is a help. Tries to draw it back, but Ty was ready for it. And now blocked by Isagi. Skoto's going to make the read to come on out. Just boom one down to the open man in Jergsy. Jergsy, A5, can they make it happen? No, it's blocked by Seth. Defense situated and on back here for Voidbound. Another one sent in by A5. Got the shot, but it was blocked again. This is insane. Grizzles up again for A5. Another one now. Look who it is. It's Ty on the stop. And 100x, that offense, again, we know how deadly it can be. It's been limited so heavily against this Voidbound team. Another one sent on up Mendoza, no good as it's cleared away by Jergsy. Ty in, Isagi left side, saved by the dive of Skodos. And what an opening series this has been on the broadcast. Such a great back and forth, such great all-around play being had, but we're now in the final minute. And Voidbound are looking like they might have a trip into the next round. It's Grizzles working around, trying to get around Mendoza. No, sir. Falls its way again here for Jergsy, and he dribbles it onto the man on the ground. A5, Grizzles keeping this one in the air. Plenty of headers. Seth returns the favor. Red in A5, no good. Man, they just can't get around him. The Voidbound defense not giving anything up until there, but it's still saved by the end by the captain of his team, Dirty Toro. Cementing what is likely a Game 4 victory here for Voidbound. As Jergsy heads it down, Skodos, a quick one out. It's going to have to be here if they have any hope. A5 over the top, headed away by Seth. He was ready for it, and that is going to do it. Final score in Game 4, and in this series, it's Voidbound moving directly on. And now 100x are going to have to get it done in the losers. What a phenomenal series indeed between these two brilliant sides. And again, you guys see this bracket right here. Here you go. Here's the bracket that we're looking at right now. So you can see Game 2, Voidbound. They immediately go kind of into that last stage in a way. Whereas now 100x35, they're going to have to play the winner of the Strive Derby, which is not a place, if I'm 100x35, that I'm going to want to be in. A lot of good stuff coming up here too. Obviously, the Overdose Derby. Oh, Kister says Overdose NA won. There we go. So Overdose NA taking down SA, which sends now their South American counterpart into the quote-unquote losers round. But a lot of great stuff, guys. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to get situated here with our very next match. Might even have a certain man joining me, potentially. And we'll get it all situated and we'll get ready to go.
Don't you go. You make my every cell flow, my every breath slow and cold. Yeah, that's how you make me feel I'm yours. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'm ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, no. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To come down, like a bitter antidote, Never let go, never let go. like chemicals. I doubt I'm never gonna let you go. To calm down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. Right now you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'm never gonna let you go. To calm down feels like a bitter antidote. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To calm down like a bitter antidote. Never let go. Never let go, never let go, no. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'm never gonna let you go. To calm down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, no. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To calm down like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, no. gotta stand up and fight. Got to stand up. Don't say you down. You gotta stand up and fight. Oh, you got to stand up.
All right, guys, welcome on back, and we're going to be hopping into this one with no delay further needed. But now joining me in the booth, the man to my right, Mr. Taquito. What's going on, big dog?
How we doing, brother, man? It's good to be back. It's very good to be back here. I am incredibly happy to see Voidbound take a win. Unfortunately, it was against 100X, which that one hurts, but it means we get to follow them through. We will be taking 100X next match here against Strive Esports, a #1 ranked team in EU, like almost undisputed as well. So this is going to be interesting, man. At the end of the day, like I'm always excited to see the NA EU like argument, but in this case, I really just want to see what they're made of, man. Test the metal. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely saying that. And I've been doing more EU than maybe anybody else on the planet right now over the past couple of weeks or so. And so I've been very much accustomed to, obviously, this Strive Esports team. And obviously, everyone bar their keeper, obviously, of Portuguese heritage. So shout out to Portugal as well. But a very great squad. And really the biggest thing I feel like for them, and just to get anybody that isn't familiar with this European team, is that man up there, Trupke, a ridiculous striker that loves to just take those volley shots and absolutely blast them into a side. And really, though, outside of him, it's the defense is so unbelievable when it comes to this Strive team. It's such a difficult matchup, really, for any team to go up against when you go up against Strive in the way that they play defense. As Anuru, bottom right corner, it is saved by Mr. Skotos.
It was a good attack, honestly. I'm very impressed by the quick save, quick action here taken by Strive. They want to test 100X about as quickly as they possibly can. And I mean, with the way that they just played Voidbound, I get it. They're probably not exactly thrilled with a loss on their first match of the day. But still, regardless, top 8, you got 2 lives here with the way this hybrid bracket works. So it's nice to see. It's nice to see that 100X gets one more chance. Now, Strive having to take out their sister team in Strive Core, which it's wild. No matter how many times we get a tournament, I said it just before we went live, they always run into each other. No matter what it is, Strive Core and Strive Esports will always play each other in a tournament.
No, you're 100% right. It's feel like that almost all the time. And unfortunately for Strive Core, at the end of the day, if they play each other that much in tournaments and even outside of tournaments, you'd have to imagine they know each other's play styles quite well. And it always seems to be the top dogs, Esports, no surprise, that have been getting the job done, as we are just a third of the way through. But again, Strive, such a interesting team to watch when you're talking about, obviously, in comparison to all the NA sides. Trupke, good header there, pokes it on through, and the first goal of this series goes to the Europeans with Trupkezinho.
Again, I remember, I think it was a few months ago, seeing Trupke for the first time because I hadn't really paid attention to a lot of EU play, and it doesn't go without saying it. Trupke is a massive striker to be feared on the pitch. So first goal being over to EU, pretty nice to see. Obviously, I feel like 100X will probably get this back relatively quickly. They were doing that often against Voidbound, except for that last game. It was a 2-0 scoreline, I believe. So, but they answered pretty quickly against their opponents previously. So I'd like to see that happen like once more. Skoto's big save there from Trupke at the top. They'll get a chance at possession once more.
Yeah, and the thing with 100X, I mean, we knew that obviously when they had that magical run all the way at the postseason in the previous season, maybe about a month or so ago, and they were such a special offensive team in particular. They had just a knack to be able to score 3 goals, it felt like, in every game that they played. But in that first round series there against Voidbound, none of the games that they played, I believe they scored multiple goals in. They had 1 at best in each of the first 3 games, and then, as you mentioned, shut out in game 4. And now they're going up against, in my opinion, an even tougher defensive team. As Trupke on the nice feed in there, I believe it was Hanuru, finds number 2.
Again, it almost feels inevitable. Genuinely, it almost feels inevitable. That was such a good placement as well. We saw the last goal that went in the last game, also close post. That was it's a pretty incredible shot to make, and it also it forces your keeper in such an awkward position. I think it makes that 25% guess of the 4-quadrant rectangle it feels like it's even less than that sometimes when you have to defend great shots and great strikers like Trupke. So 2-0 now. Strive on their way to a pretty convincing game 1 here. Less than 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Brooks, his ball in again here for Trupke. Now leaving it up for Hanuru, and it is blocked there by their main anchor in red. A good fellow friend over here for quite a long time, but I'm sure he's maybe not too happy with how this one has gone so far. Again, defeated by Voidbound, but that is the benefit, obviously, of the hybrid bracket, as well as making it strictly through the winner's side, one of only 4 teams to do so, that they basically have that additional life. But again, I mean, it's not really much of a gift, because at the end of the day, they got to go up against the #1 team in EU. And I guess really the major advantage I guess you have, obviously, here in an NA tourney against one of these international teams is obviously the ping, obviously, can be certainly a big factor for certain positions, such as a striker and in particular, obviously, a keeper. But so far, clearly been unaffected on the side here of Strive. They're playing their game to a T. And obviously, they managed to get down their sister team and Strive Core at least relatively well. And now they're looking to pour on some more here in this best of 5. It is Porkzilla, their anchor, going head-to-head there with Red, but it is Red coming away with it.
This is, I mean, it's kind of like must-score scenario currently for 100X. They've got to put something in the net. And okay, ask it, you shall receive. Apparently, Sir Grizzle says, I'll take it all alone. Give me 1 goal for 100X.
Beautiful shot right here by Sir Grizzle, just sending this one into the near side. Keeper stuffed it, not able to get that, the magic hands on it to keep hold of it, and ended up just being pounded into the side netting. Great work there by Grizzles, who's now scored a couple of goals here tonight for this team, as their main striker in A5 has been limited quite well by the opposing defenses that they've run up against. So Grizzle's been coming up in a big way. Huge interception now over here once again by A5. Final minute, Jergsy up top for Grizzles, plays it back, and the keeper's out of the way. What a quick comeback this has been for 100X, and we are all tied.
Yeah, that's a tough one too. I feel bad for Zaman, who he just expected the goal to come from the top striker at the outside of the goalie box and got baited. It was a good pass back. It'll be back to the other player. We tied up at 2-2, but I mean, with Strive being the one opening the scoring, I feel like they'll probably answer back pretty quickly. Hunaru back down over 2 crooks who could not find the kick. This will be an opportunity for the pace of play to slow down and 100X to kind of control everything moving forward.
And it was pretty much Strive for the bulk of this game, dictating the pace, dictating the possession. They had a 2-goal lead, and not often do Strive give up a lead of that caliber. 100X with 2 goals within the span of 20 seconds or so of each other have now found themselves back level in this game. 10 seconds to go. Porkzilla, Hanuru, left side for Trupke. It's saved. Beautiful climb there by Skotos. And this one, Taquito, is headed into overtime.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. As a big save there from Skotos. That could have been detrimental going into the 0-second mark, but 100X Well, they had a chance. It quickly got turned over. Grizzles will try to play the annoying factor there, but will not be able to disrupt the keeper. Porkzilla may need some help moving forward. Couple of crosses. Finds Crux way open up the field. Top of the corner. Honoru. Pass over to Trupkey. They can't connect well enough. 100X has a small breakaway here. Grizzles has a chance. Open weapon on the side. And Jerksy, but it's a missed pass. Up to A5. Unfortunate turnover.
Unfortunate turnover indeed. And now Porkzilla and Z-Man, as they're back to Sir Grizzles, applying a lot of pressure here, which Strive are very prone to work out of it quite beautifully. They send it on in. Crooks. Trupkey, no good. Defense swallowing it up. And now A5. Grizzles does go for the dive up top, but not really sure about that one, as I refer to him as Z-Man. We were talking about it beforehand. I mean, I've always called him Z-Man, but I guess it could be Zman or whatever. Obviously, the great keeper from Saudi Arabia playing with this squad. Trupkey sending it off the post there. A tough miss. Crook sends another one in for Trupkey, and this time it's good. Game winner in overtime for Trupkey and Strive. It's a hat trick to seal the deal.
Big win right there at the very end. What a touch from Trupkey. And man, Skotos had the right line, but dove into the net to catch the ball. That wasn't going to happen. Nothing was going to be saved there. Big win again. Strive Esports taking the first game here in this best of 5.
And my goodness, look at that. 20 passes in a 6-minute span there for Porkzilla. I always talk about a guy who really just never gets GA to his name, but is arguably one of the most integral pieces of this Strive team. As the anchor, is always playing it from the back. He is just so critical to what it is they want to do. 20 passes in 6 minutes right there. Strive, again, completely dictating the pace of play in that game. They take game number 1, but it was close. 100x. They certainly hung in there after making a strong comeback effort, but it just wasn't enough to get them over the line, as I'm hoping Taquito potentially would have gotten in the game, but just in case, I'm going to pop up my stream.
You know, I felt like staying quiet might have given it away, but here we are. I got one, baby. I got one.
Oh my goodness. All right, we are going to be good to go. And yes, obviously, guys, I can show you the bracket, but not obviously while we're in the middle of a game. And you can also just take a look, though, at the announcements as well in the Discord. But if you're looking for some updated versions, we can supply that, obviously, as they happen. But again, we're back in this game, and so that's where our focus is. 100x slamming that ball on over and Strive. Let's see now if they can pick up kind of how they left off in this game. But 100x now, I mean, it's 1 win and 4 losses for them on the night. They're going to have to turn it around in some fashion, as it's Trupkey once again, upper right, saved by Skotos.
You said 1 win. It is that? Oh yeah, it is 1 win, 4 losses. Yeah, they only got 1 game. I was sitting here thinking I miscounted, or there was a miscount there, but no, they really have only had 1 so far. It's 2 tough teams back to back, 2 Voidbound kind of being rebirthed before our eyes here in this coming into this season 4, and it's, I don't know, man. There's just a lot that kind of gets shaken up at the top, and having the invasion of South America and now EU as well. Ooh, off the back wall. Skotos will collect the rebounds. There won't be a second touch, but it's hard work out here for 100x to try to stay at the top, I can see.
Oh, it absolutely is. And A5 thought he might have had something golden on the other end, but it was a lot of defenders back there for Strive, which is their go-to play. And obviously, regardless of the international stuff, I mean, that's so cool, obviously, that we get to have 3 of the top 8 teams, obviously, from whether it was Europe, obviously the 2 Strive teams from Europe, and then obviously Overdose South America, obviously representing the obvious region right there. But all of them are basically now in the losers, quote-unquote, side of this hybrid bracket after they all have suffered a defeat. Trupkey shot there bottom right. Good save once again by Skotos, but obviously Strive and Strive, both 2 teams obviously had to play against each other, so Core is now out. Esports are going to continue the legacy, whereas Overdose South America lost to Overdose North America. So a lot of these international teams now, again, don't really have any more lives. They're going to have to be pretty much perfect here on out.
Something tells me that PD worked up something fancy to see this happen, and maybe he was writing a script that we weren't exactly aware of. Strive now up in game number 2 once again.
Beautiful ball in here. It's just too easy right now here for Strive. It's another one in for Trupkey. And he makes it look easy, doesn't he, Taquito? I mean, it's just snap to that ball, place it, whether it's bottom corner or top corner. He typically favors the top, but man, oh man, is it really something insane to watch. Skodos, he's trying his best, but he needs his defense to kind of step up in a big way here.
He really does, and again, it's still pretty hard to ask that with the way these guys pass the ball. I think one of the most notable differences we have seen, it's good patience from Skodos, and Trupke misses the follow through. Honoru is there. Nice stab from Jersey. 100X is a harrowing situation for just a moment, but they're able to escape with their heads on that one. Only a goal still, no punishment. But man, I got a little hairy for just a moment.
Absolutely did. Ball in there for Grizzles, looking for A5. Keeper all over it, and now Grizzles will just fire one deep into that box, kind of parallel with the goal, and it is Z-Man that comes away with that one. Red, big-time interception. Immediately heads it on over here for Grizzles. A5, it's a one-on-one. Do they trust him against the striker in Trupke? And that's what I'm talking about. Their main goal scorer now getting it done on defense. It's still, though, in this possession in the box as Jersey leaves it up here for Grizzles. Sails it just a tad bit too high, and I think rightfully so. They're going to play it all the way back here for the keeper.
Yeah, it's a good reset. Jersey, though, has an opportunity, but Z-Man on that one as quickly as possible. Good grab to block that one away. The opportunities here, they present themselves to 100X, but they're not able to connect fully on the shots. And I'm not saying that their offense is lacking per se. It's honestly pretty creative at the top of the box, but they're just not able to put the finishing touch on it.
And I completely agree, and that's the kind of 100X team that we fell in love with, obviously, in that playoff run. They have such a nice array of plays they like to do. They're kind of a set play team, or they kind of do a mix of set play and tiki-taka, so they hit you from a lot of different angles. They try to confuse you a little bit, but man, oh man, Strife, they've been playing this game too, quite phenomenally so on defense, and they are the kings of living in those 1-0 situations oftentimes, and the keeper is going to be back. It is Red at least covering us. Skodos just takes it away at the halfway line. How about that from Skodos? Red now feeds it again here in the left side. Under 2 minutes to go. 100X still looking for that spark on offense like Taquito talked about, as is for Jersey, but it's shut down once again here.
Oh, good stab once more. 8-5 couldn't pick it up, and just narrow misses, narrow moments here where 100X will probably put something together. They aren't able to. Honoru decides to use his offensive ability and unfortunately can't connect there. Porkzilla passes this one back to safety. Crooks on the approach, pass up to the top of the key. Trupke gets a shot knocked down by Skodos.
Beautiful work again, Skodos. I mean, he's really doing all he can right now. He's been making some heroic acrobatic saves. But again, the defense, again, picked apart a bit. But, I mean, if Skodos can do this, it's okay. They got to get the offense on the board, and that's Jersey from way downtown. Testing that one out, thinking the keeper was maybe out of the picture, but it was indeed a save or a little bit too high regardless. Strife now trying to double up their lead. It's in for Trupke right side. How about Skodos here, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, Skodos having a legacy game right now. Much better defensive showing. I mean, I'm barring the one goal that's gone in. Honoru will take a stab there. Red with a slide tackle. They're going to fight over this one. Jersey joins the battle. It's in the corner. They get this one back to Skodos. They do not have time to work with right now. They are going to have to put it together very quickly. Skodos kind of on an island by himself. Up to Grizzles, and Grizzles unfortunately giving that one away. If Strive are good enough at this possession, it will be a one-goal game, and they'll take a win in game 2.
And unfortunately for 100X, this really is the team of possession, although we might have jinxed it just there. Trupke trying to play the long ball on back. It was intercepted, so 100X, they've got themselves at least one more opportunity to try to send this one into consecutive overtimes, but hopefully going to be looking for the better result. But they got to get this one here first. Got to focus on what they want to do. As Trupke and Honoru applying the pressure. Grizzles, his pass over the middle. It's a foot race. Slid, and Trupke is there to collect. Game 2 in the books. EU, they've done it again. Strive with a narrow 1-0 victory.
That one was a much closer game, in my opinion, there for 100X, but still, there's no finesse on the back end when it comes to the offense. They haven't found that real just striking. What's the word? There's a word I was going to use here for as an analogy for shooting, but they haven't found their presence yet in the opposing goalie box. So I think that's kind of what we're looking for. Is we're still looking for that 100x offense that we all know is there. We all know can be put together, but right now it's unfortunately nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern for them now. Again, that's 6 games in a row for 100x. Actually, I take that back. They actually did score 2 goals in that first game of this series, but it was only enough to get them into overtime and then not really take it from there. It was a tough one to swallow. And again, the losing streak is starting to hit here on 100x. And just like that, I mean, we talked about how in the Voidbound series, and if they were down 2, it's not the end of the world considering that they have the extra life, but they're out of lives here at Taquito. They can't afford any more losses in this series alone, or their tournament is going to be shut real closed early, unfortunately for them. But Strive, such a dominant team. And again, the winner of this one, I believe, is going to be moving on to take on Overdose NA, which we might be able to see after this one. Again, depends on where we get guided to, but Strive, my goodness, really showcasing why they are the #1 of EU.
It's crazy how they're doing this well. Also with the ping deficit, Trupke has a shot. The post is very forgiving, and it gives this time Trupke with 1, the 3rd game in a row. Strive will take first blood.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's basically only been Trupke so far in the goals, maybe 1 from Hanuru, but outside of that, Trupke, I talked about it. I mean, he is their go-to guy, which a lot of teams kind of do have that go-to man at the top, but man, Trupke really is something different these days. He's been doing it for such a long time for this Strive team, and honestly, one of the things I really commend this crew for is, you know, in this community, we know how things change week to week, really even day by day all the time. Taquito, I mean, you know that well. It's so hard to sometimes keep up with all the roster moves and everything that's going on, all the new teams and stuff. But Strive, with these 4 outfielders, obviously barring their keeper, as we can see Trupke do another one off the backboard and finish it home. But to finish off that note, they've been playing with each other here for so long, and you can see why.
I get it. Voidbound is back, so we go back to the back wall bait, the classic from the beta. But man, the fact that this is working in 2026, I did not think I'd see an update where this has gotten even better, kind of. You know what I'm saying? Like a solo striker effort at the top of the key will find you another goal, and Trupke is the man you look for when it comes to that happening. Pass over, Trupke shot, Red throwing the body in the way, body block out. We will find another bit of possession here for Strive Esports. Hanuru back to Porkzilla, up to Trupke, shot is blocked yet again, this time Jergsy in the fray to make sure it doesn't go through.
And big work by Jersey. He's been doing everything he can defensively so far here tonight, but it just hasn't been enough on offense in particular. He's even given them a goal in what was probably, I would agree, their best play so far of the night. But my goodness, this is a great performance being had right now by Strive. And again, it's really that core group up front. I mean, it's Crooks and Hanuru. There's the back and forth game, as well as Porkzilla, who likes to initiate things. And it's just Trupke on the final blow every time. Hanuru this time will be testing Skodos, but I'm not too sure if I agree with that one, because that buddy man, Skodos, he has been superb all night long. He's clearly warmed up and primed, but the offense just completely shut down right now. And that shot again by A5 met with some force.
It seems that the creative passes they try to go for just aren't wanting to connect the way they want them to. And we see them standing in like kind of optimal positions. That one a bit suboptimal, I'll say, from A5, but they give the ball up once more. Strive has Hanuru and Trupke. This one's great shot is on target. Skodos, it's a great save. And 100x defense, well, 100x Skodos has had a great series so far. I think the rest of the team is begging to catch up to what he's got. There's a little tiki-taka up at the top, and Jergsy unfortunately loses out the possession.
Yeah, and it's really something to look at, because I mean, we look at Voidbound obviously as one of the best teams obviously in NA, and they're showing that for a reason. But I mean, 100x, they at least held in there quite well. But right now it's a Strive party up front. It's a hat trick once again for Trupke, and we are on mercy watch here in game 3.
This one hurts, man. This one hurts, and I can only imagine too, with all the time left in the world here in this game number 2 or game number 3, like you've got 2 minutes, a little under 2 minutes 30 seconds left, and this could, again, one goal could really do it. It could at least kickstart some type of offense that you could have, but there's just no spark right now for 100X, and it feels defeating.
Yeah, it's looking like a really, really dire situation here for the boys of 100X, because we know how much they are. I mean, they're just a great team, and they've done so much. Obviously, they've given us such great moments, but right now, today in particular, just does not seem to be their day. Hanuru, left side, looking for Trupkey, no good, as they are committing here to the defense to at least stop a mercy from potentially happening, and they're going to trust their build-up play now. Grizzles bringing it up right, whips it in for A5, just not nearly high enough. It's immediately headed away. And once again, Trupkey kind of on the break, dribbles it around red. Extra effort procs. Trupkey no good for the shot as it's taken underneath him, but only 90 seconds left to Keto. I'm not too sure if this one can swap around.
Again, it'd have to happen so... Huh? Grizzles just has a lane from that far out, and we skip it? Oh, come on. Come on. I wanted to see how far he was far out there, dude.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Grizzles just steps up and fires. I mean, that's good awareness right there, just to let one loose. Obviously with the keeper kind of out of the way. Unfortunately for Z-Man and now 100X. Again, that is step one. We have seen them with a slight comeback, obviously, I believe earlier today in their one win. Actually, I believe they started off really high. They came back in game one of this series and obviously forced overtime, but it just wasn't enough to get over the line. They've gotten one, but there's only 50 seconds left in this one as Striver looking to be in some prime shape here tonight, trying to find themselves within the final four teams of this tournament. Jergsy, his cross on in, denied entry by Trupkey, and they will play it all the way back here for Skodos. Time is of the essence. He booms one. Grizzles misses A5. It's Jergsy instead, but controlled beautifully by Crooks.
That was tough, and that was your moment. You have to steal the ball right here. Everyone has to dive. You cannot let them press, and that's exactly what you're letting them do. Throw the ball away left and right. They get a chance to do whatever they want with it. Reds in the box now with the gloves. Trupkey looking for one more. Looking for the mercy roll, and it's off target. Hunteru throws it there. Red gets the save.
He gets the save, but ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the line here for 100x35. Strive Esports from the losers bracket are now moving on into the semifinal.
Man, oh man, Pelmav, we got a lot to talk about here, don't we?
We certainly do, and the first thing I do actually want to bring up for you guys is the bracket, which, wow, absolutely phenomenal sizing right there by Pel. Good job. There we go. The bracket, wonderful. So you guys can understand what it is that we're actually talking about. Because a lot of people obviously were confused on where the bracket was. Well, this is how it's gone. Morty's Minions taking down Future. Esports beat Strive Core. Voidbound beat 100x35. And Overdose NA beat Overdose SA. And so right now we just saw obviously Strive overtake this 100x team in a sweep. And so they will now move on into that semifinal. And currently happening as well is an Overdose South America against Morty's Minions. I'm very curious to see how that one goes. But Taquito, take it away. What do you want to talk about?
Man, it's the biggest thing here that I guess I'm not necessarily confused about, but what I do want to know is what happened, what deflated the offense so badly for 100x. Obviously Voidbound was a tough loss. Probably should feel like you could win that game. Some legendary players on that roster, but I feel like kind of on paper it's a resurgence of the name itself, not exactly the legacy. But they're carrying it on. They're carrying the torch over on the side of VB. And then 100x35 comes in here. They have the ping advantage over Strive Esports. And it still felt like they were absolutely smothered on their defensive side. Skodos, again, great performance in those matches. But sadly, nothing else really to kind of write home about. And I feel bad saying that.
No, you're 100% right. And I mean, we've shown how good of a team they are. But again, end of the line for them. They only got one game here on the night, and that was against Voidbound in a do or die game 3. But they end up on a 4-game losing streak. And, you know, they still played well. Skodos, he gave it his all absolutely tonight. But as you mentioned, that offense just completely nullified by the best offensive team in EU and Strive and Voidbound as well. Mendoza in particular, but Seth and Dirty Toro all playing some good parts. is an unbelievable series. And again, they will now move on into the semis. But it looks like we're going to be jumping into another one here in just a moment, guys, as we're actually going to be, I didn't know they were waiting for us, but it will be Overdose South America. Now, Taquito, I know you've been excited, obviously, to maybe witness some South American ball live. So we're going to be seeing that at first hand as they take on NA's Morty's Minions. So, guys, we're going to set that up really quickly on the graphics, and we're going to be back in just a moment.
Don't you go. You make my every cell flow, my every breath slow and cold. Yeah, that's how you make me feel I'm yours. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat, Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, no. Right now, it feel like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. But come down, like a bitter Never let go, never let Don't you know, we all need someone to love me, someone to make it feel like home. You make me feel I'm home. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. You hit me like right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, no.
All right, guys, welcome on back, and we do have a treat up on the slate here. Overdose South America going up against Morty's Minions. A little NA versus SA action here in a big match that determines our final team to make it into the top 4. Now, this is going to be a very interesting matchup because I feel like it's two teams that, I mean, just coming into this one, I feel like they have very different styles of the way that they play on the pitch, but you know, I think me and Taquito, obviously, I've seen some South American ball for quite some time, obviously, given where I was kind of headquartered at for a little bit. So always a fun team to watch. And obviously, this Overdose team, no joke, there's a reason that they made it all the way this far into the NA tournament. They're going to be taking on Morty's Minions with a lot of familiar players that we know as well, Taquito. I mean, are we excited for this matchup or what? I mean, what are you looking forward to in this one?
We got NA and EU just a second ago, and EU ended up taking the win over on that match. Now we got to see if South America will take a win over NA in this one. And you know, Overdose being carried over several different regions. They are in all 3 major regions, right? EU, North America, and NA, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, you're 100% right. And they might be some of the best teams in each individual region on top of that. Yeah,
so I'm, again, incredibly excited. You sent me a link a long time ago. I got a chance to watch some Brazilian rematch get played on a LAN in person, and that was a lot of fun. There's a lot of passing that they do, and they're very clinical when it comes to their passes. I mean, I feel like they're a little bit more precise than EU sometimes, but we just saw the masterclass of Chucky and Honoru, so we'll have to see in this one here, in this match, South America taking on North America. It is Overdose SA taking on Morty's Minion.
Gonna be a great matchup as well, and it's always great to take a look at some of these players, especially on the South American side, and get used to what it is that they like to do. And now Hazit, who takes the strike right out of the gates. I was going to mention that when I saw Overdose play the other day, it was Hazit who was one of the main goal scorers, and he gets the party started instantly.
Off the top of the key, too. Just right at the... Man, that seems to be the deadliest position that I continue to kind of witness here from a lot of the very, very strong strikers of the game is the top of the key is the worst parts that, like, the worst place that you don't want them to be at. They have so much net they can strike on. Callie, move this one over to Morty. We'll see what happens here. You've got Diz going for a shot, who's aptly named the deciding factor here for Morty's Minions, and we'll have to see if Diz will be living up to the namesake.
And to be honest, I mean, I think the name is certainly something that is really interesting because Diz, obviously a player who was always a keeper. And rather than retiring, he kind of fell out of love with the position just recently. And he says, you know what, it's not time to retire. It's just time to go to a new team and really test out a new position. And so he kind of is the deciding factor because, I mean, who really knows about how much he has as this kind of striking position? It's going to be very interesting to see him cook if he can get it done. I mean, clearly it was good enough, obviously, in their first round for them to defeat their first opponent. So I'm really excited to see, obviously, Diz now up in that role. Unfortunately for them there, it is Overdose coming away with this one. They launched one right over the cross, but nobody there.
I wouldn't say nobody there. I think the shot was just a little too, or the pass was just a little too high for Haza, and it's gonna be tough here competing against again the ping difference, and I feel like it may not be as bad as some think it is, but it's enough to make a massive difference for a team who does have the benefit of being on the lower side of it all. However, South American team here in Overdose has been pretty good on defense so far, fending off against Morty's minions.
Absolutely, and what I will say is Inverted, obviously, the keeper of this South American Overdose team. He's actually a player that plays on the RMF NA team that ended up winning League A this season. So I actually got to see a little bit of Inverted play in technically NA servers, and it doesn't make too much of a difference for him. He has been an amazing find, and you can see a couple of those saves right there.
Yeah, it's a good idea from Cali too. Really close, trying to hug the keeper, squeeze the cone of defensive block that they could see, it could find. Now pass over to Jay. Has Sereno and Hazit top of the key. They won't be good on the pass, however, will be blocked well. Insight doing a lot of smothering there on Jay to force the ball back. It forces Overdose on a reset, though the possession still to be had here. Good stab from Kali. We could see a passing play. It's actually just a shot because Inverted was outside of the box.
Great idea and great awareness here by Cali. Coming up with a big-time interception right around that halfway line, just stabs it away, beats the man out, extra effort. The slide was no good by Sereno, and nobody back there for Overdose SA. Obviously playing with their keeper and their anchor kind of up, spread apart, kind of that 2-3 vibe that a lot of the top teams like to implement, and it bites against them there. Sometimes you got to see that, and it's a really brutal one because it wasn't a mistake really from their anchor backside. It was just kind of a moment where they gave it up on a bad pass, and now right up on the gut here. Good clearance, and here comes Diz on the break. One-on-one. Ended up being a 2-on-1 with Inverted stepping in from behind.
And interesting too, Kalkaya picked up the gloves there for Inverted as they ran out to play defense. Now, do we see kind of like a team with a hybrid two players? Both players in the back are solid keepers here? Is that kind of what I'm seeing with this South American team right now?
I definitely don't think we can consider Kakaya as a keeper, but clearly a couple of looks at him now. That one from Diz off the post would have been a big moment right there. Another interception. Cali, who's been so aggressive in terms of getting that interceptions. But yeah, that is interesting. Obviously, a couple of those times where the pass was played on out and Kakaya ended up taking the gloves. Another shot there by Diz right side, and there's Inverted back in his natural position, picking up a big time save. So 2 minutes to go here in game number 1, and we're tied up at 1 goal apiece.
Ooh, Sereno having to dodge around that play. I believe Morty, who was hugging on defense pretty well. Inverted is going to pass it back and forth. Cali gets an interception, but Kalkaya picks it up. Could be a breakaway play opportunity. He had Sereno up at the top right, but he didn't pass forward. I wonder why.
I don't know either. It's certainly an interesting decision to end up making right there, as Diz thought he had something cooking. But Jay does come underneath and take that one away from him. And we saw Hazit obviously score the opening goal of this one. But Jay, in his own right, another formidable foe to go up against as a true striker. He has been scoring a lot of great goals for this Overdose South America team. And it's a big reason, obviously, why they've gotten this far. Really, at this point, I mean, I can say that I feel like about every player on all the teams that are still remaining is Hazit. Another one there, top left, saved by Divine.
Good hands by Divine, pushing up here. Kali is on the right side, but he may have to play this one back to Insight. Nope, he goes right with it, top of the key. And Diz puts one on target. Inverted, though, not asleep at the wheel. A deflection might find the possession over to Insight. It does, but that one's knocked a little far away. Kali has to push down low. Back pass, maybe a little bit of a reset, but possession still here to be had for Morty's minions. It's a tie game, and it's still looking like anybody's win right now. They don't look exactly like they have the momentum over one another.
I completely agree, and they started off the game on a great note, Overdose did, but ever since then, they've looked a little bit shaky and trying to build it up. They're trying to change that narrative, though, here in these final last moments of regulation. That ball takes a crazy touch, gets deflected up into the sky, as we already are up here in the clouds. Morty trying to send a bomb down into the other half, wins it back, ends up doing it anyways. It's Cali one-on-one here with Inverted, gets around the keeper and passes it on in. Clutch. Cali gives Morty's Minions a 1-goal lead.
I want to see the replay on this. I want to see if there was some collision on Inverted there. No, unfortunately, Inverted just dived a little too late. Oh, you hate to see it. So close to that one. Could have gotten away with it, but unfortunately didn't. Morty's Minions, game 1 win here in the final seconds if they're able to cause Overdose a loss of possession.
And it is Inverted. And Kaukaya still holding on to that back and forth. They will pick out Sereno off the wall. Deep left side is Jay, but he just misses him. Now, it doesn't hurt them completely as he does just poke it on back again here. Let's see if they do the exact same thing this time around as Kaukaya. No, it's different. It goes in for Sereno. Straight for the shot, but he misses it, and it ends up in the hands of Divine. And this one is over in game 1. Morty's Minions of NA taking the game 1.
Now, a question for you, Pelmav. If this is what game 1 looks like, it's a 1-1 narrow margin, honestly, here for North America and South America. And it was just at the very end of that first game that Morty's Minions was able to sneak away with the win. Do you think we see some adaptation here from Overdose SA, or do you think that they're going to use this momentum to push through the rest of the series?
I definitely think we have to see a little bit of adaptation. Again, they started off on the right foot, so they're probably riding the high, as it looks like I have now been kicked, unfortunately, which is not something that can happen. So we're going to have to ask for a brand new code, unfortunately, which is okay because it gives us time to just chat up, I guess, about kind of what we saw in that game. But I think you're 100% right. They just looked really, again, a team that are so well at, linking up these passes with one another. You're usually typically on the same page. That time around had a lot of struggles with holding onto the ball and particularly losing it in bad situations when they were kind of on their own half. And that's obviously what ended up being the first goal for Morty's Minions from Cali from around the halfway line. And then that late goal right there, just Inverted, just a bit delayed in trying to make a move in that one-on-one again with Cali. So, I mean, Cali the difference maker, but it's certainly close still in this series. But I'm interested, as you mentioned, to see kind of how the series progresses from here.
Let's go ahead and get a little bracket for the people in the chat right now, because we have at least this updated graphic for everyone so far. It's gonna be an interesting thing, because most of the time we do single elim, guys. So we don't see a bracket kind of like this. This is kind of your true double elimination style, or in this case, a rematch hybrid. And what you can see here is we have our first 2 games. Those were the upper sides. It was Overdose NA versus Overdose SA. And NA did win while SA lost. So they went down below, as you can see on the right-hand side of that little dotted line. Second game, obviously, Voidbound 100x35. 100x lost theirs. Voidbound won theirs. They got to go to the top side on the far side of top 4 there. And it's up to these other 6 teams to push their way forward. Strive Core had to play their sister team in Strive Esports. They lost. Future lost to Morty's Minions. And that's why we have 100x playing Strive Esports, who just lost their game. Strive Esports will go on to play Overdose NA. And we're trying to see who's going to be Voidbound's opponent in the next match.
Couldn't have said it any better myself there, Taquito. It obviously is a kind of a fun, complex bracket. I'm so glad it actually ended up kind of going that way, because I feel like it gives a lot of the teams some different opportunities, some different matchups as well here tonight. And it could even mean that there could be some repeat matches tonight, depending on how well these teams do. And they will indeed swap sides here, as Morty's Minions now rocking the crimson here on the broadcast, representing the Volcano map to start us off. Let's see if they can continue this momentum now after 2 unanswered goals from game 1. They played in for Morty off the wall. It was trying to go for Diz, but Inverted, too smart for that one.
This is kind of off topic to the current, scope of the game here, as we're watching the action unfold here for game number 2. But one thing I always loved early on, it was decided amongst the community that if you're playing a best of 5, best of 3, whatever, if it's not just one game, whoever has possession in the first game automatically hands it over to the opponent. And what just happened to Divine?
I don't really know. I mean, you said they handed it over, but how about a goal for Overdose right here, as it just phases right through the keeper? And again, I don't really know what the vibe was there. It was kind of an awkward situation, but in any case, it's an opening goal once again here for Overdose South America, and now it's a matter of how they build on top of that one.
Yeah, well, when I said hand it over, I was kind of talking about the beginning kickoff. Like, you get possession, I get possession. You don't get a freebie goal there. I didn't think that was what was going to happen with Morty's minions, but hey, good looks for Overdose SA. They get a chance to build themselves up with a little bit of confidence after that 1-goal loss in game 1. And we'll see if they can kind of push this narrative forward here. That's a good shot down low. Inverted is on it quick. And Overdose SA, they'll get a chance to turn it around.
Yeah, and Callie has been really the big shot taker so far in this series for Morty's minions. He's obviously got the 2 goals in game 1 and then is stepping up and right there and letting it loose. And so still waiting again on the deciding factor, Mr. Diz, to see what he can do. But it's Callie again! Another one scored all on the ground. It's a dance move party out there, and he gets around the keeper to bag in a tying goal.
This is the one thing that I was begging for from the beginning of the game, and that's to update dribbling somehow. You gotta make dribbling better. And I'm not saying it's perfect where it is, but dribbling actually just feels so much better as the updates have come along, and it now feels like a very useful mechanic. I know we do the EE drag shots, and we slide around opponents all the time here. Good shot, heat check for Divine, who's also wide awake on the opposing side there. Callie sees a bomb from downfield, tries to go with a heavy-footed shot, but Kalkaya is able to pick this one up.
Good work there by Kalkaya. And you could see, honestly, yeah, you're kind of right when you mentioned it a little bit ago. I mean, I'm so used to Inverted kind of just playing strictly as the keeper, which he still is the main one, but a lot of moments in this game, in this series, where Kalkaya has really ended up in situations with the gloves on, and they may have not been the prettiest. So it's interesting to see this team still continue to go into that 2-3 formation, as that shot right there by Hazit goes off the post. Falls its way once again here for Sereno. Sends it up again for Hazit. And Divine, you mentioned a heat check. He's moving like Skotos was in those previous series. Good work here by Divine right now to keep this game tied.
We're going to have to check that post, by the way. I'm sure there's a massive dent in it with the amount of force that Hazit put on that first shot. It's a pass over. Good header from Kalkaya, but it goes right to Callie, who picks it up, tries to dance around, moves effortlessly like water through to the net. 2 goals now to the side of Morty's minion.
Man, and I think Callie has really found something special here. Just really opting for these pass shots. Make it a dangerous situation for these keepers and these defenders if you can find a little bit of space to navigate through. And once again, just kind of relying on that kind of archetype of a shot, as the keepers don't have enough to be able to react to it in time. Halfway through, Morty's minions, once again, after allowing the opening goal of this game, although maybe not necessarily overall their fault, they've now found 3 in a row with all Callie as the criminal.
We need to call in a police report. I've just witnessed a robbery. I didn't think I'd see that. Not in this top 8 here. And, ooh, that was just taken right away from Overdose SA. Shout out, Callie. That's a hat trick, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yes.
It is
Callie
absolutely.
with a hat trick here in game 2 to push Morty's minions, to push the North American agenda right now. We just watched NA fall to EU on the other side of the bracket. We're seeing if we can still stay in this one, but not with a pass shot like that. Kalkaya and Callie meet up with a little bit of collision. It's at the top of the box. Jay able to pick this one up. Hazit is able to dance around. Extra effort here. 1v1 with Divine, and he's able to pick it up.
Big work there by Divine, being aggressive, proactive as well. Jumping at that one top of the box, but can't hold on to it. It's Sereno, crossed a box, sent away now by the namesake of this club here tonight, Morty, clearing that one out. And here comes Callie once again. Surely not. Now takes an actual shot, and it's good. 6 goals alone by Callie here in this series alone. The difference right now in the scoreline.
I gotta ask, right? Because like surely Callie doesn't pass shot 4 times in a row. Has got to be the analysis on that on the side of Inverted. Callie approaching the net. We see 3 pass shots go in for the hat trick, with a steal being one of them. So it was pretty easy for them to put it in. But that 4th one, like you said, rears back and puts an actual shot on the net. Has a chance here for the Mercy. Needs to get past Balkaya. He does, but unfortunately lays down on it. Is Inverted. So no Mercy. Bleh, fumbled on my words. No Mercy goal here yet. There we go.
Kalkaya over the halfway line, tries to pick out Jay right over the middle, but look at Morty. A high interception right here, and he's got so much grass to work with. Morty approaching the box, sends it on over the left side, looking for either Cali or Insight, but it does go off the back there of Sereno. As we are on a Mercy Rule watch with still over a minute to go. Ball in for Cali. Morty, the head turn, still in control. Left side, off the wall, and tapped on in by Insight. Beautiful play here by Morty's minions. It's finally not Cali, but it's a Mercy in game 2.
That's tough, too. Poor inverted. There were so many people in the box. Kalkaya tried to get the stab right there at the last second. Wasn't able to do so, so it's off the wall. 3 people had to touch that one to make sure it went in, but it doesn't matter. Morty's minions. A Mercy game 2. This is one heck of a way to march into a game 3 of a best of 5.
Man, oh man. And again, it's so interesting because Overdose, they've scored the opening goal of both of these 2 games, and then after that they just can't seem to find another one. And Cali really mainly, but overall this entire team just completely shifts the narrative. They start letting loose, and what do we know of? Obviously those last 2 goals a little bit different, but for the most part it's been a lot of these pass shot looks so far here for this Morty Minions crew. They're really leaning into it. It's given them so much success. And now I don't know how Overdose are going to be trying to shift this one around, because once again, they're now right on the brink of elimination this time around. Again, no more lives for these teams that started off in the winner's bracket. They might follow suit with 100X, unfortunately, unless they can turn this one around.
I mean, it stinks to kind of be in this position, especially considering you had such a good game 1. In my opinion, game 1 from Overdose SA was really, really close. It was down to the wire. Game 2, that was a game of all time, unfortunately, for the SA squad here. Game 3, though, they could see something. They could find the method they need to work to crack through what seems to be this absolute masterclass of a player named Kali.
Absolutely, and that's a good ball in there by Jay Hazit. Still taking many of the shots, but man, Divine, who has been living up to his name, quite literally. He has been divine in net in this series so far. He has just been something really, really different after, again, allowing a couple opening goals. He's haven't given up another one after that. And I'm interested to see, obviously, again, when I talked about Overdose, when I saw them play in the other day in the tournament, I believe it was literally yesterday, I saw that man right there, Jay, taking a lot of the shots, but hasn't been taking really any shots at all in this series. They've just been kind of relying on Hazit to take those. And so I almost feel like Overdose, they got to be a little bit more creative in their plays right now. It seems as though it's majority of the time just Sereno or Jay just whipping a ball in directly for Hazit. Instead, they will go Jay this time around, but maybe I was wrong. Same result with Morty getting the block.
Yeah, maybe it's just one. Kali now, a little bit of a breakaway. Good stab from Kalkaya. Chance for Diz to go with one, but inverted. Not going to let that happen. Apparently, the only player outside of Kali able to score here is Insight. So, still waiting to see maybe potentially everyone else get involved here on the side of Morty's minions. But now a nil game. 90 seconds in. This looks a little bit different here from the other 2 that we've seen this series.
And good thing, obviously, that is for Overdose. Kalkaya sets it up. Jay in for Hazit. Good look right there for Overdose. But again, you can hear that it clinks right off of the post, up on the crossbar area, that corner spot, and it ends up in the hands of Divine. On the other end, a snake play right up the gut, saved by Inverted. A third of the way through. No goals on the board yet. Both teams trading with some good looks against each other. Let's see what Overdose can maybe set up now, as it is Inverted, going well over the halfway line, straight in for Hazit, down left, misses it, keeper out of the way, but Morty gets to it first.
Divine, very fortunate there with the defense in the box. 3 people blocking for him, honestly. Like, with the way he dove out of the way, I'm surprised. Fortune favored Morty's minions there. Kali for the shot. It's deflected well over to the side. I believe Kalkaya got some collision on that. Jay, a chance to move this one around. So it's an opportunity here for Overdose SA to push up once more. Again, they got to kind of put their offense to the test, and it's unfortunately being passed with flying colors by the defense of Morty's minions.
Morty's minions exactly doing such a great job here defensively right now, holding this team. It's a really exploding offensive team over the past couple of days to basically zero, it feels like, for the most part here, as Diz, right side shot, snaps to it, saved again by Inverted. And although Diz's name is the deciding factor, I almost feel like it kind of leans on over Cali and Divine. Those two have been nothing but sublime, really, all in this series. Again, Cali with such a striking prowess, and Divine with such an unbelievable presence in at net. It's been a real gruesome battle here between these two sides, trading a lot of opportunities, but whether it's the defense, whether it's the keeper, they've come superior so far, as Diz trying to head it on in there for Cali. Overdose very well positioned defensively, all up in a line. Cali still able to collect it. Now going into the dance moves here. Tries to cut in with the extra effort, but Jay says otherwise. Falls once again here for Diz. Cross up top for Cali. No good, and Overdose finally get this one back.
Some good pressure that was built up right there by Morty's minions, but defended well again by Overdose SA. And still 0-0. We're about to approach 2 minutes. We might see something here. Good catch from Hazit, but unfortunately goes nowhere. Sereno over to Jay. We see something from the left side. Top of the key. Saved well by Divine. This is good for Morty's minions. Bomb down the field. Finds Cali. Has to beat Calcaya. He's done it before. Pass over. They're going to cross the pitch over to Insight. Insight, top of the key. Diz not there in time to receive. Still build up this pressure, though. Cali now. Diz actually stepped in to take possession. See a little bit of the dance moves. Do see this getting cooked up by Cali. Morty is there. Do we see something? Morty's minions, they're building up a lot. The attack is starting, but it comes to an end as Inverted lays on it.
And yeah, that was a scary moment there for Inverted, as it looked like Morty's minions had enough of the play time. They started to really lock in on whatever the play that was, but Inverted jumping first, able to recover, and now Hazit on the other end. Another one down low, and man, he loves that left side, but Divine is just eating over there every single time. He's picking it out, predicting almost, it looks like, to go down into that right side every single shot. They send it in for Diz. His shot now deflected there by Calcaya. Cali and him in a duel. Now here in this left side, they try to play back for the keeper, and they just are able to get it to Inverted.
Golden goal opportunity right now here for these squads. I mean, we haven't seen anybody really break through. They haven't been able to crack through either defense, and it's kind of been they've stepped up massively. I can't even understate it. It hadn't been anything small. It's been a huge step up from both sides. I think that Inverted has definitely started playing a lot better after getting Mercy, a lot more awareness on the side of Overdose SA, but I feel like we've seen a little bit of the attacking factor kind of get smothered out by Overdose SA, and I thought that one might have found its way in from Morty, but it's off the back wall into the hands of Inverted, so they will get to start this overtime with possession most likely, unless Cali has something to say about it.
And Kaká and his team, they need it really bad because it's been about over 10 minutes since the last time that they've scored a goal. Sereno finds himself in the corner. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to play it on back, but was intercepted twice. Now here by Diz. Sends it a nuke way down looking for Cali on the other end, but it is touched there by Calcaya. Cali still able to find it somehow. Diz making an extra effort run right over the middle. Cali sends it deep into the other side. A long switch right there. Slide, insight, right. Morty stepping up to it. Cali now in control. Jabbed away by Sereno, playing it back for Diz. And this one is over. A sweep with an overtime victory in Game 3. And it's Diz, the deciding factor, getting his first goal here on the series.
Lived up to the namesake, my man. We can't go understated. Diz living up to the namesake. The deciding factor. The keeper stepped up striker here in this series for Morty's Minions has sealed the deal here for NA over SA. Now, again, we've got to see on the other side of the matchups, guys. We don't have the bracket fully completed just yet, but it doesn't mean that we can't predict where our matchups are going to go. We're still waiting on one opponent officially on the upper side. Or actually, I think this one decided it. Morty's Minions will take on, I believe it's Overdose, or no, it's Voidbound. Voidbound's opponent, correct?
Yeah, it'll be Morty's Minions against Voidbound in a battle of NA in the semis, whereas instead it's going to be Strive Esports taking on Overdose NA, which is actually where we're going to be headed up next. So guys, we're going to get this one situated, and there is our updated bracket. There you guys go. We'll be seeing you guys in just a couple of moments as we get set up. Strive looking to continue their run from the loser side of the bracket. Let's see if they can get it done against a team that hasn't lost a series yet in this tournament. Only one of two in Overdose NA. We'll see you in a moment.
don't you go. You make my every cell flow, my every breath slow and cold. Yeah, that's how you make me feel I'm yours. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat, Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. No. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To come down like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, never let Hey, don't you know, we all need someone to love me, someone to make it feel like home. You make me feel I'm home. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. You hit me like right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. No. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To come down like a bitter antidote.
All right, guys, and welcome on back. We have our next matchup on the broadcast here, as it is one of two teams that have not lost a series all tournament long, now finding themselves here in the semifinals. Overdose of North America taking on Strive Esports of Europe. An amazing match I'm really, really excited for in this one, because we obviously saw Strive play earlier. Now we're getting a little bit more familiar with how they play. I've seen them obviously pretty much almost every day, it feels like, at this point, but it's just great to see them obviously up late for them, doing what they do best over here on some NA servers. And Overdose NA, a team I also am very kin to, absolutely love those boys, but haven't seen them once in this tournament. It's been quite a minute, but a lineup of Grau, Turtle, Fear, Kistef, and their newest addition, obviously from the last time you saw maybe Taquito, in JJ, obviously the former Lockdown member. So a really, really special five, and I think there's a reason that they've made it all the way through the winners.
Hey, can we throw up the graphic real quick so we can show everybody where we're at with the top four one more time?
Absolutely.
Look at those guys. We had 8 teams walk in right now to the top 8. We're down to the final 4 over there on the far right side. Strive, Overdose NA is going to be on the stream right now. Morty's Minions and Voidbound up next. We have another argument for North America versus EU, and this one's going to be, I guess, in my opinion, going to be a heck of a lot tougher than 100x35 was, with Overdose NA being able to provide the content on all fronts. And yes, with the addition of JJ, the best all-rounder in North America, he's got to drop the tag on the Steam, but that doesn't mean that the name ever changes. You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely right. And here we go, guys. Finally time to see how this one plays out. Overdose NA, such an amazing squad, one of the premier teams over in the North American region for the first time on this broadcast in particular, going up against Strive Esports. A true battle here between these two sides. Overdose, I always felt like, as good as they are, I felt like I could never individually pinpoint what it is about them. You know, I look at Strive and I say, you know, they have such a nasty defense to get through. And I think Overdose is really just an all-around case. They kind of just do everything well, which is obviously one of the major things you need to have. You got to have that versatility. You got to have the synergy, and they've seemingly always had that.
Yeah, no, it's a team that I've come to realize is just one of those squads that if you want to win a tournament, you're going to have to beat them at some point, whether that be in the top 8, whether it be before then. It's a team you're going to have to take down here in North America. Overdose pretty synonymous with the top end talent, seeing as we saw some other teams dissolve and be created in their wake. And this team has, from what I can tell, has only changed one player. So this is, it's nice to see, again, when we finally have rosters that stick for such a long time. And that's what I think, these two playing one another, it feels so special. The match itself feels special because these teams have rocked with one another for so long through the life of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously Turtle as well, a relatively new player. Obviously, it's always pretty much been, it feels like Fear, Kistif, and Grau in particular, those front two, they're so great at playing things on the ground. Via TK obviously has a great informatic right there, saying they have one of the most dynamic offenses in the game. And I fully believe him, because every time I feel like I see Kistif and Grau go 2 against each other, it's always some kind of, we saw Callie do a lot of those pass shot looks, dancing around the keeper. It's similar to that, but a lot more to it as well sometimes. Trupkey, his left side shot, saved there by Turtle, who obviously, again, is relatively one of the newer players coming on in around the same time as JJ, so really has elevated this overall defensive side of Overdose, and it'll be interesting to see how they get along in this series, our first true semifinal of the broadcast.
Absolutely is, and it's starting off pretty even. This is what I like to see. I mean, obviously, both teams, I feel like they're just poking and prodding right now. They're kind of seeing what they may be able to get away with, what kind of will work, what might shake up the defenses on either side. And right now, Strive hasn't found what works just yet. I mean, neither has Overdose. Overdose got close, but nothing really doing for either team right now.
You're 100% right in saying that, as JJ tries to play one up on the ground there for Kistif, but no good. It just misses him to the right. And something to note, Strive obviously now the only remaining international team outside of obviously NA is what I mean, left here in this top 4 representing of Europe. The other 3 sides all on NA, which means our next one obviously will be the NA clash between Voidbound and Morty's Minions, as Grau squeaks that one on in there for Kistif. His shot, though, punched away by the Z-Man. Again, that Saudi Arabian keeper that's really changed a lot for this Strive team, but not that time. Kistif over the top. What a feed in, and he drives in a bullet.
Now, unfortunate timing to probably bring this one up, but there was a little fun fact that I was given about this Strive squad after their match, and I would like to bring it to the forefront here on the gameplay currently. Zaman is a keeper at the top level in just a month, I believe, is what Pelmav told me.
Yeah, that's what I was told the other day. He's been truly a revelation for this Strive team. And again, really outside of that position, they've had those 4 outfielders as a tandem for such a long time now. And so picking up someone as man and obviously doing what he's doing in a position that he just recently picked up, it's truly something remarkable.
Giving up the first goal there, I kind of give that one to Overdose. Borgzilla tries to find Trupkey. Oh, and the rebound from Honoru is good off the back wall. Tie ball game going into the final 2 minutes.
And that's exactly what they love to do. They know that they're going to be trying to use Trupkey all the time top box, but sometimes he likes to take it off the wall and leave it up to his man Hanuru. A big-time header through, a great idea from Strive, and they execute it to perfection. 2 minutes to go, and we're back level here at a goal apiece. A big one, really, on both sides.
It's huge goal-scoring opportunities for both teams. Obviously, Overdose was leading the charge for a little while, but their lead got smothered away, and good jump there by Zaman, as we do put some hands on it that keeps Strive out of danger for just a moment.
Good work there by Zaman. They do play it on in through the air, but not on the same page, as that one just soars straight over the head of Crooks, as well as the defender attached to him. Now Kistif, the header up into the sky. JJ returns it back. It's all up in the air. Look at this. All up on the headers. And now Grau sends it underneath into the bottom right corner. A highlight here for Overdose NA to give them the lead.
this is. I've been trying to pay attention, and I saw a couple of things pop up in the chat, which has now actually just been a bunch of copy pastas. But there's a little bit of a blurb put in here about Porkzilla and Zaman being added recently, and we see that we get all these different things popping up here. I love you guys engaging in the fun banter clearly here in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Porkzilla, I mean, he's been such an integral piece. Again, I always give him his flowers, even though he doesn't really ever contribute mostly to the GA. Sometimes we'll see the patented porker shot or pork shot, whatever they want to call it. It's something that's a real spectacle. I don't know if we're going to be seeing one of those in one of these kind of moments, though. We'll have to see if it does come about. But in any case, Strife, they need at least a goal here in these final couple of seconds. They do send it in off the wall. Hanuru, his shot blocked there by JJ. Instantly ripping that one loose. Maybe trying to play it on back, but Hanuru, good aggression. Swings it now on over here to the left side. Trupkey in a foot race here with Fear. Does get it again back for Crooks. Strive, trying to hold on and get... They're one of those teams that live by the motto, quality over quantity. Let's see what they've got cooking for us as Zaman takes it off the wall. Hanuru, top box, sent down once again by Fear, and the keeper's able to get it.
This is tough, too. Getting overdosed with hands on the ball, especially these final seconds. All they have to do is play keep away, and they do it well enough. Right there it is. Yes, Overdose will find themselves a win. Did they count this? I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. All right. By all technicality, it is a 2-goal win here for Overdose in game number 1.
I mean, Kistiff certainly won his stats right there, seeing that nobody's back in net. Just wanted to watch a little replay for us at the end, and why not? But a huge first win nonetheless for Overdose NA. They continue their hot streak, and wow, a rare loss, I feel like, obviously, for Strive. Wasn't one of their particularly best games, but they were certainly very much so in that one. But you can see 2 assists there by Fear, leading his team as well in passes. A huge part into the core of that offense.
Absolutely will have to agree with that. Again, like for like all intents and purposes, that was a 1-goal game, everybody. I do not want to hear anything about it being a 2-goal game, regardless of what the stat line says. That was a 1-goal game 1 for Overdose and Strive. Strive kind of lost it there at the very end, which stinks to see at the end of the day. I was hoping that we would see something a little different there. But Strive has a chance to adapt, move into this game number 2. We will see what EU can provide for us here on this second game of the series.
And I'm expecting a better performance out of Strive in this game, and that has nothing to do with what Overdose did, but it just didn't really feel like a typical Strive esports kind of game. Let's see what they can get into now here around the first half, I would say, of this game is where they're going to be liking to try to separate themselves in this one against Overdose, as they do fire it in for Trupkey left side, off the wall once again, but Turtle on the ground makes a save.
Literally made the save while recovering. That's first time I've seen that, if I'm being completely honest here. Turtle also pushed well a ways up. Kistiff does get some feet on the ball. Crux gets it back to Zaman, and Strive will get away with that one for what seemed like for free, even though it was a little close to home. But they spread out and they advance forward. Now Zaman doesn't really have an option. Only has Porkzilla hanging out, so he pushes up. Honoru defended well there by JJ. An opportunity, though. Still possession to be had by Strive. It's a fight over on the wing, and it looks like Overdose will take away with it.
Kistiff. Oh, what a pass right in between the 2 defenders there. Grau and Kistiff, a little back and forth until Zaman just comes sprawling out, diving on it. He's going into a bunch of freshly raked leaves. Good work there by Zaman to take that one away. And Strive, once again, back into the flow of the offense as Zaman over the halfway line. Doesn't want to get picked off. You cannot have that happen. Porkzilla off the wall there for Crooks. A bit of a delay. Sends it in anyways, but JJ in the perfect spot. Now plays it up right up on the other end. Kistiff with a defender on him. And who else but the Pork Man? Porkzilla ending that one early.
Man, every time I look over, it's just a copy pasta of the chat. This is so funny, man. You gotta love community moments like that. You know what I'm saying? Gotta love community moments here. Pass up, Honoru out of the corner, looking for potentially Trupkey, but it's back to Crooks. Crooks has a chance to play this possession well, but is stabbed away by Growl. Pass up, Kistiff 1v1 with Zaman, and that ball's defended well.
And now Porkzilla's got gloves duties, and Zaman, without him, is able to make a huge interception once again to rip away a great opportunity potentially there for Overdose. Porkzilla, his pass on in for Trupkey, no good with Fear. Again, just surmounting himself all over the place. I mean, he's such a great defensive player, but again, assists as well. He's creating a lot here for this Overdose team, all up and down the pitch. As there's a deep switch now into the right side corner here. JJ up for Kistiff. It's a bomb, but Zaman doing his best.
And what's crazy is, I believe it was, Subasa put in the chat, Zaman's currently on 200 ping, by the way. Doing this on 200 ping. This is an insane defensive ability if you're playing up that high.
I completely agree, and obviously that's what we're talking about, obviously, with him playing in Saudi Arabia as it stands right now. At least that's what I imagine, obviously, as a Saudi Arabian player, and so his ping even worse than the EU things. But I will say, obviously, just to give a little bit of, just to get a little bit of back to that, obviously, they know what they signed up for. It's an NA tourney for a reason. All these guys in the international, they know what they're going to have to deal with when it comes to the ping. And Strive, they've done it better than anyone, for the most part, dealing with this instance. And look at that play. Zaman once again down low, despite Kistiff in a one-on-one potential look.
Had the gloves. I didn't even realize Honoru had the gloves there. Trupkey, though, with possession pushing up, has Crux as a weapon. Shot is on target, saved by Turtle. Very well on the opposite side of Overdose in A. JJ now, weapon on the wing, has Growl, but goes for Kistiff. Up the back wall, caught by Zaman.
Great work once again, Zaman, and both keepers trading some big saves. The defense is coming up with some big moments, but specifically Zaman doing a lot right here in this game as it's Trupkey on the other end. A beautiful pass from Hanuru, and Trupkey just rises up, lays down a hammer into the left side, and Strive have the lead.
And it felt like something had to give really soon. I couldn't figure out whether it be a defensive blunder or if it was just going to be a straight out, outplay by the opposition or the offense. But we see there is a little bit of a blunder on the defensive side. Overdose almost hands this one over to Trupkey. Growl didn't exactly get a good pass to Turtle, but they keep feet on it. This could be an interruption by Honoru. It is, but it's not good enough to get it away from JJ. Pass up central, defended well by Crux, deflected again by Porkzilla. We see Trupkey now, a little bit of possession, small reset just to kind of refresh and regain here as we position well. Strive has a 1-2, top of that key, defended well by Fear.
Incredible block right there by Fear, anticipating that shot from Trupkey, and knocks it away. And now here he comes over the halfway line. Let's see what he gets into. Off the wall, Growl now looking for Kistiff, who's double teamed. And that's enough of a man advantage to end that look for Overdose NA. And it looks like that Strive defense, I talked about it. That's the one thing that they're really going to hang their cap on, is their defensive identity, especially when it's difficult maybe for them to do the passes that they normally do. They can hold on quite well with the way that they clog the lanes. It's Crux now with a shot sent in again by Hanuru. Another one punched out and saved by Turtle. Now going up here the right side, it's Growl with 45 seconds on the clock. Overdose needing a tying goal.
What was a shot here from Kistiff, defended well by Porkzilla. Crux will get a chance to pick this one up kind of for free. Shot on target. Oh no. Overdose. Why is your net open?
I do not necessarily know either. I mean, you can see Turtle, he's playing up. Oh, he went to challenge that ball. That is an unbelievable decision right there that is certainly going to bite them now and probably end game 2 a little bit premature than it could have been. Another couple more looks at the end there for Overdose, but instead, now a 2-goal lead for Strive, which no team has really ever come back with this little time when they're down this level of goals against Strive. And so I feel like we can confidently say that this one's all tied up now here, Taquito.
Yeah, I don't think there's a world where we see 2 goals get fired off this quickly, especially with Strive in the possession. Shots on target over the sidewall, back to the middle. Trupkey trying to be a little sneaky on that one, but it doesn't matter. Last shot here. There's going to fire one in. It's not going to count this time. Drive. Tying the series up 1-1.
Tying it up 1-1, and it looks like now we'll need a remake of our lobby. So a fresh slate here, and now technically a fresh series. Really reduces again into that best of 3 that we talked about. So kind of seen a best of both worlds here. Overdose kind of taking the advantage in game number 1, but a close game. You mentioned obviously the final score was 3-1, but obviously we know in our hearts that was a proper 2-1. But that game right there, a 1-goal victory for Strive. And let's see now, obviously, how they continue on in this game, as I think we're actually going to be taking a little bit of a break as I see some couple pop-ins on the Discord. I'm not too sure, but I mean, you rather just talk about it right now, or do you think it would go to break?
Well, let's just take a quick break with everybody. We'll get back. Everyone refresh their drinks, maybe stand up and stretch, hit a backroom break if you got to. But for what it's worth, take this moment, breathe. We still got more action coming at you. It's still Overdose North America taking on Strive. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay, don't you go. You make my every cell flow, my every breath slow and cold. Yeah, that's how you make me feel I'm yours. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. No. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To come down like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, never let Hey, don't you know, we all need someone to love me, someone to make it feel like home. You make me feel I'm home. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. You hit me like right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever.
All right, guys, welcome on back. A quick intermission there. Just getting some details ironed out behind the scenes, but nothing changing. Still a 1-1 series here as we now head on into game 3, where it's been nothing but close games so far, which, I mean, to be quite honest, obviously that's what we expect really at this point between all these teams that have made it this far. Again, we started with near 80 teams in the tournament, and we're now down to our final 4. Overdose, again, have not lost a series yet in this tournament. Let's see if they can maybe continue that over, as they have to now respond after a Game 2 loss.
And effectively becoming a best of 3 this series has, I think this is one of those series that, like, you kind of expect to go the distance, and while it's provided thus far, at any moment we could see a team just absolutely kind of flub is the best way to put it. We could see them just lose all the steam they had going into it. Crux, though, off this left side here, will have a chance to either reset, which he opts to do, or push forward. Big bomb over to Honoru will be defended well by JJ, sent out but picked up by Porkzilla. Strive building this pressure up. One touch, Trump Key has to dance around. One puts a shot, top right corner through traffic.
Unbelievable display of dribbles right here by Trupke. And you mentioned it perfectly, the traffic that he had to navigate through. One guy right there, JJ and Fear, come back, and he's still able to get that shot off into the top right corner. Just a taste of what Trupke is capable of doing. A nasty goal here in the opening minute of Game 3, and Strive, that's a big one for their momentum.
It absolutely is. This is going to at least hurt on the side of Overdose for just a moment. However, they'll be able to pick this one right back up. But Zaman, who's just not only been a phenom on the scene here for Strive Esports, but has absolutely held it down defensively for the squad.
Kistif right now working around Zaman. He does play it on over. Let's see if they can rotate keepers fast enough. They're going to opt for Porkzilla. Growl the header. And how about the Porkzilla, the anchor, coming away with a bit of an awkward save in that situation. Now he plays it up on that left side once again here for Crooks. A lot of grass. Will whip it in top box again for Trupke, who's done it again, folks. 2 goals in 90 seconds for Trupke, and Strive are starting to pull away here early.
It doesn't matter if that needle needed some thread. It doesn't matter if there's space at the top. It doesn't matter if the pass has to come from 3 different angles. It seems inevitable. Trupke will find a way to put the ball in the net. 2-0 now. 2 goals held by that same player as we move in through this game number 3. This is an all-important game here for Strive.
And now Trupke as well on the break. He's giving a little bit of grass, but ends up dribbling that one right into behind him. Was JJ lurking, waiting for that moment to come about. JJ and Overdose, though, again, now they've certainly gotten this one turned on its head. They've really been kind of shut out offensively, which is crazy to say given what we know about them as an offensive unit. As a team, they've been playing so well all tournament long. But oh my goodness, Trupke, a hat trick in the first half of game 3.
Not just a hat trick, my friend. It is mercy rule. Overdose NA here, well before the half. We're 43 seconds away from the half, and we're already on mercy watch. This has been a dominant offensive performance by Strive Esports here in game 3.
And it's been dominant all around again. I mean, no looks being had here by Overdose. They were held scoreless in the previous game, and now that's continued over here, and they're just getting torn apart now defensively as well. Trupke getting these shots. Turtle just can't save them. Kistif now looking for one on the other end. Saved by Zaman. Strive, ladies and gentlemen, they're red hot, and when they get to this level, they're almost near impossible to beat, as now they're going to be moving the other end. Trupke looking for number 4 in the dagger. Saved down low that time by Turtle. A much needed one.
Yeah, this is... I mean, just it's been a masterclass of defense, I think, by Strive. They have held their box so well. Porkzilla got involved on the saving this game, I believe, and so big cross here. Strive looking to push out. We finally cross halftime. JJ does get the steal by Honoru there on the right side. Big pass over. Might find Growl with a little bit of a chance. Oh, it's a little too far away from Kistif, though. And I think Overdose might have sold their hand on offense. They do. Steal taken away. And it looks like Strive still narrowly gets away with that one.
And it's these fine margins. I mean, that pass just over the top of Kistif, he probably just missed it. And because of that, Hanuru, who's been creating goals all night long, gets one of his own, and it ends game 3 really early. Strive now back-to-back clean sheet victories, and they're one away from moving into the final.
We may have to start a conversation, Pell. I don't like what I'm seeing, but we may have to start a dialogue. And we may have to do it live on the rematch, major rematch championship Twitch. This is now, they beat 100x35. And now they're 1 game away from beating Overdose NA. Now, to my knowledge, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but those are 2 of the best teams in North America currently about to lose to EU, right? I'm right in saying that?
You are 100% correct in saying that, but I mean, that's why I came in here and I was telling you, I mean, I've been watching Strive so consistently now for quite a while, and in particular these last couple of weeks when it looked like there was some parity going on in EU, it ends up just being Strive who literally makes the finals. I mean, in their EU qualifier over here at MRC, they've literally made the finals of every single qualifier so far this season that they actually participated in. The only time they didn't make the final was because they chose not to participate in that day. Every other time, they've made the final, and they've won all of them bar 1. So they have certainly cemented themselves as the #1 team currently on EU, and I mean, they're coming over here, and they are looking like a true title threat right now.
This is Again, I'm just impressed because there's 2 North American teams that will face off in a match after this one, being Morty's Minions and Voidbound. And if Strive somehow get away with a win here, they will have one more chance to prove that in a North American Open tourney, a team that's not even from this region playing on high ping may be the victors. So I'm very interested to see how this game 4 is going to turn out. 2-1 the series lead here, held by Strive Esports, and that man Trupke. Fear being stricken in the defensive overdose.
Yeah, and I mean, now when you look back at the previous series with Strive and you talk about how 100X's offense looked, I mean, just kind of completely nullified in that series, and you almost wondered why. And again, it's becoming more of a clear picture, I feel like, for most people here, that Strive defense is just something that is so difficult to navigate through and work around as an offensive team, even as good here as Overdose are, and the variety of ways that they can hit you with a tandem, obviously, with Grau and Kistov up front, as well as Fear, who's been supplying them. And we haven't even mentioned JJ, who's, again, that all-around kind of player. But man, they have just gotten nothing going for them ever since game 1. And it's looking a bit bleak, although they might have their best opportunity yet here as Grau leaves it up for Kistov. Pass shot is good. Just in time is Grau and Kistov to be able to score the first goal here of game 4.
This is a much-needed goal. Very much-needed goal here for Overdose. They needed to get back pretty bad. That Mercy was tough. I can't lie. It was a very rough hit to the ego. But now we're cooking with fire here. Hopefully we see them come back. Big steal there by Kistov. Pass over to be had. We might see Grau pick this up. He is able to find it. Left side, central, and Kistov can't get there in time.
They try to get it right there onto the body of Kistov. That's a great play that we honestly haven't seen too much of really here tonight in a lot of the series, where it's go really up close to the keeper, whether it's on the ground, typically on the ground, but that one through the air, try to get that ball to stick to the player, and then they can just walk it in or pass it on in. But right there's the man. He gets the gloves on it first. That's a huge opportunity as Kistov was ready and primed up for it, as now a couple of these two teams, again, not taking a lot of time. They are really moving the pace here. Turtle with a save for Overdose, and now Zaman with another pickup here. Strive, 2.5 minutes in, down a goal. Porkzilla, Hanuru, left for Trupke. Headed away by Fear. Trupke still able to corral it, trying to send it all the way back. Now it's on Crux's duties. Let's see what Crux can do, and it ends up where they switch for Porkzilla.
You had to switch there. You were 2-on-1. Hanuru tries to go over the shoulder. Might see one more pass out. Big pick up from Crux. No, it's a pass up. Trupke defended well by Fear, and obviously we see Fear a lot more present on the defense of Trupke. I kind of feel that's where we see Fear really, really excel, is when he starts to lock down a single member on the field. He is incredibly good at that defense, but this play up, Kistov, 1v1 with Zaman, dancing around one, has a couple drag shots, shot on target, but Zaman will pick it up.
And I felt like, honestly, there, I mean, you could maybe correct me if I'm wrong or just feel a different type of way, but I feel like Kistov had a really golden opportunity to try to get a goal there and double their lead, but he kind of backed out a couple of times there, really took a lot of time. The defense then came back and ended up opting for just a straight shot, and Zaman, it was kind of a relatively pedestrian save, and one for everything that he looks at, it's probably pretty easy for him to make. So a bit disappointed there with the option there for Kistov to wait that long on that one-on-one opportunity with the GK, although he might get a potential another look here. Plays it up off the wall, nobody budges, and Porkzilla takes it away.
Soft pass back to Zaman. I was a little worried. Kistov was in range, but couldn't pick that one up. Now Zaman pushed really far up into the box on the opposite side. Crux still in possession, has to get past Grau, past central. Hanuru is defended well by 2 on the side of Overdose. A slide tackle for, I mean, I guess the reason that Fear knew he was going to pick it up. Kistov can't get there in time. Zaman dove out of the box, immediately loses possession over. It's a big cross. Crux, 1v1 situation with Turtle, but it doesn't matter. They lay on it big time.
And that was just such an insane pass right there by Porkzilla, making it all the way out to Crux for a shot on net. Now Kistov with some good work here, but Grau's rainbow attempt right there, trying to bring it on over to the right, just well too far away from him, and ends up in the hands there of Porkzilla at the keeper position. Right back into this back and forth here in the back line. Zaman and Porkzilla with just over a minute to go. The team that put up 4 goals in the previous game now's got nothing to show for it here in Game 4. A game that if they win, they find themselves up in the final as Trupkey tries to give them the tie. What a save again here by Turtle.
Lights out performance again on defense right now. Overdose has been needing this one. Their defense absolutely lacking in the last game. That was very important for Turtle. JJ on the reception. Kissed it, puts it off the back wall, but can't get back in time. They will pick it up on the side of Strive. They get a chance to push forward, but again, we find ourselves in these positions with this amount of time on the clock. Pell, there is one more chance that we're probably going to see from Strive here, and if they can't score on this opportunity, I think it's game over. I think we're probably going to see Game 5.
I think you'd be absolutely right in saying that, and I feel like if they do get this ball back here, I feel like they're going to opt for one of their great plays, likely a double off the wall kind of play, but it looks like they might not have the opportunity as there's no keeper there, and Grau sends it in outside the box around the corner, and we are headed to Game 5.
Yeah, there's no coming back. You could score if you wanted to, but they'll immediately get possession, and all they have to do is hold it for a few seconds. Game 5. The series has gone the complete distance. It is the first Game 5 that we have had on the broadcast this evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute treat.
I guess Porkzilla, is that considered a pork shot, ladies and gentlemen, as he just rifles one into his own net for vibes? I don't know. We'll have to see what the committee says on that one. But final score, obviously another one of those in this series where it's truly a 2-0, but in the books maybe as a 3-0. Great game from Grau. And again, really didn't, I mean, look at the score lines. Only 15,000 total score. Their MVP only had 4,000 to his name. But it was a very important 4,000 right there. Him and Kistif, 1 goal and 1 assist each. And ladies and gentlemen, Game 5, it's been a lot of good series so far, no doubt. But obviously 2 of the 3 that we've done prior obviously ended in sweeps. The one before that obviously was a void-bound victory in Game 4. And so here we are, Game 5 of the semifinal. Chat, let me know what you guys are feeling. Who we got here in Game 5? Overdose, NA. Looking to stay undefeated in total series all tournament long versus Strive Esports, who continue on technically with no lives remaining since yesterday's day 2. It's Game 5, everything on the line. Let's see what we can do.
Some 1s and 2s, you know what I'm saying? 1 for Overdose, 2 for Strive. Let's see what happens. I mean, like, that's the way I see this. Honestly, it is between 1 and 2. That's just kind of how this feels. It you know, you got to look at it for what we're seeing. Like, we're seeing a team that just lights out defense they've had so far. And I will say Strive has had some incredible defense. We did see them falter just a little bit, but lights out striking as well coming from Strive, but even better, like, momentary bursts is what we see from Overdose, and they come at the most crucial time.
And I feel like we haven't given that man Turtle enough credit. I mean, every time he gets a save, we mention it, but he is really putting this Overdose team on the back right now. I believe their 2 wins in this series have come with a clean sheet potential. Actually, I think Game 1, they did allow 1, if I remember correctly. But in any case, it's been an unbelievable performance here by Turtle, who, you know, had a tough pill to swallow in that Game 3 when they got mercied about halfway through the game. It was already over, and what a turnaround it has been. Turtle right back into doing Turtle things, and his team with Fear and JJ as the back line is certainly helping him out. Hanuru, cross on in again here for Trupkey. Denied again by Fear. It's just an all-around team effort being had by Overdose.
Really just stepped up big time, and that's kind of what I'm happy to see through the series. However, Strive now has a chance in this moment to step up incredibly huge and take down another Titan of North America. They could really kind of upset the top end of the bracket, but with plays like that, you're going to have to get a little more creative on the offensive side. Grau barely gets it up to Kistif. Kistif, who was on a line, could have picked it up, but danced back slightly for a moment, gave it over to Zaman.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to see Kistif do that because, I mean, whether if he continued or not, it doesn't really change what Zaman was going to do. He was just going to be able to try to pick that one up. So a moment there taken away. Trupkey bottom right. Another one here for Turtle, having himself a night. This is unbelievable keeper play really on both sides we're witnessing. And I feel like we always talk about when we get to this kind of point in a long tournament, indeed, the cream of the crop teams typically also have the cream of the crop keepers as well. And oftentimes the offenses can do as good as they want. But if you got that man in between the posts making it happen, it almost makes it really difficult to stop. As before I send it over, I mean, another one for Trupkey and another save. Are you kidding me?
Dude, these are no longer heat checks, bro. Like bros dancing around in lava. Like what? Like this is incredible. I mean, again, both sides, Zaman and Turtle have been insane. It's off target, but the rebound's good. Growl starts the scoring off.
Growl, who ended game number 4 with a goal right at the end with no keeper there, now getting himself another one. And this one a little crafty, sending it off the wall in between the keeper and the defender, and is the first one to it. Slots it on in halfway through game 5 in Overdose NA. When it looked to be down and out after being held scoreless for near 2 consecutive games, obviously, and picking up 2 losses and a mercy, they now have the lead in the deciding game to see who makes it into the finals. Ball in from Crooks. Hanuru, bicycle on in for Trupkey, double teamed by Grau and JJ. They're everywhere right now.
They absolutely are, but they need to be. I mean, we're a little under halftime. Porkzilla tries to fire one home. Hanuru puts it high. No shot for Trupkey. Porkzilla may get there in time. Trupkey is in the possession, but that slide tackle is absolutely amazing. Turtle able to pick this one up. Seconds counting away for Strive. This could be dangerous. Kistiff puts one in over the defender of Zaman, and they go up by 2.
And all of the players of Overdose running into the net to try to pick this ball up, celebrate with the keeper in a little bit of a funny way. Look at this pass and that shot right there. Nasty work by Kistiff, lobbing it over the top there of Zaman, who cannot climb the ladder high enough, unfortunately for him. And Strive, they are now trailing by multiple goals with only 2 minutes to play. It's insane the way that this series has gone.
And I mean, it's a double team effort against Trupkey. Like, they have to really wow Zaman. That was questionable on your end, but hey, you got away with it. Crux gets to pick this one up. It's a pass up for Porkzilla. Porkzilla will not make it there in time. This one is going to be a shot on target, saved by Zaman. Again, all these precious seconds melting away from the clock for Strive.
Zaman bringing it up over the halfway line, does pick out Hanuru right side, which they love to do. Again, Hanuru, a guy that loves to sit around that right wing, as, oh my goodness, Zaman, a bold challenge right there with nobody back to cover him if that went wrong. And now it's Porkzilla as they keep trying to stab it back and forth, but eventually it falls its way once again here for Overdose. And man, oh man, is the time ticking away. Growl, left side. Too high there for Kistiff to get that diamond in a shot off. Kistiff now working around Porkzilla off the wall, sends in another shot, and it's saved by Zaman. But Taquito, only a minute left. Does Strive have it in him?
You know what? Yeah, hey, Pelmav, you talked about the narrative. What was the narrative here, huh? Yeah. What were you talking about the narrative? We got the chat in here saying that you were speaking on a narrative. You wanna elaborate? You sure that wasn't me?
I have no idea, to be honest with you, but look at Kistiff! Oh my! And all of Strive's had enough of it. Look at this shot from Kistiff, and it's not even a mercy, but they've already thrown the white flag. Kistiff in Overdose NA eliminate Strive, and they're moving on into the next round. Unreal.
Yeah. That was for what it's worth, I was the one on the narrative with would EU be able to knock down the Titans of NA? And they didn't. Game 5 though. It took game 5. It took an almost reverse mercy on the side. Well, I guess we count it as a mercy. They quit, right? Like, I guess we can count it as a mercy, but that was an insane. Oh, that's not how I expected the end of that game to happen. I'll be honest. That is not the ending I expected whatsoever.
Not what I expected at all, because, I mean, a mercy one way, then goes a mercy technically in the books on the other end. And Overdose, again, we talked about They've survived completely through the winner's bracket. They have yet to lose a series all tournament long. And they get through there down 2-1. Their toughest series yet against Strive, but they rally back, win game 4 in such an incredible performance. But game 5 was just all overdose. Turtle, the man of the hour, with the amount of saves and the quality of them that he was able to make, is truly something unbelievable to watch. And I'm really excited to now see how they get on in the final.
All right, before we get ourselves to a little break here, we got to cut over. One all-important question for you, Pelmav. Do you miss Zilu?
Do I miss Zilu? It's pretty crazy. You know, it's pretty funny, Taquita, because I don't know how much you've been keeping up, but there's been a lot of people that are quote-unquote retiring, and then they end up just playing in these tournaments anyways, so I'm not really too sure what to believe. So honestly, Zilu, I feel like he might come back eventually. It's like, you know, it's almost like calling to people like the Goblin Mask. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you heard it here first, Zilu. I saw you ask twice in the chat. Had to get your answer live while we had it before break. But guys, we're gonna cut away real quick. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We got one more or two more matches for you. We're gonna decide the other team to face Overdose NA in the grand finals. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Don't you go. You make my every cell flow, my every breath slow and cold. Yeah, that's how you make me feel I'm yours. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. No. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To come down like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. Don't you know, we all need someone to love me, someone to make it feel like home. You make me feel I'm home. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. You hit me like right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. No. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'm ever gonna let you go. To come down feels like a bitter antidote. Right now, hit me like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To come down like a bitter antidote.
Welcome on back, ladies and gentlemen. Game one of our other semifinal now coming underway. Voidbound, one of me and Taquito. I mean, you know, I'm the most unbiased person of all time because I watch so many different teams play of all different sorts of levels in this game. But just because, you know, me and Taquito, when it comes to this game in particular, are a couple of old heads, we have a bit of a soft spot when it comes to this Voidbound name. Obviously now, again, revitalized, and they have been back better than maybe ever, and they look phenomenal. Again, the other team alongside of Overdose NA that have yet to lose a single series. And now here they find themselves against a fellow NA team. A lot of these guys know each other quite well. It's Morty's Minions, who have been doing some amazing things, taking down Overdose South America in their previous series, and Future in the one before that. They've won 2 today. Let's see what they can do here against VB.
It's gonna be tough, man. With the again, at first I thought it was just the name and legacy that we see Voidbound pop up with, but you know, seeing DT and the goalkeep locking down, Ty back on the pitch, it is so nice to see these original members kind of like, you know, bring back the old flair from this old school squad. And obviously with the addition of Seth, Pretty, and Mendoza, this team's got a new look and a new goal. They opened up the scoring. Game number 1. Shout out Pretty.
And oh my goodness, I mean, Pretty has been moving so different today. Look at this goal, far post underneath the dive of the keeper. I mean, playing out of their mind right now that, again, there was confusion with who it even was. I mean, like the majority of the chat early on was saying, oh yeah, it's definitely Soggy, and then other people were saying it was Pretty.
Oh my
see,
God,
look, see, look, they're going back and forth. Why are we getting trolled up in the booth? We just like to relay information when everybody's telling us it's Pretty, and then other people are telling us it's a Soggy. Nobody knows who this is. It's nonsense.
Okay, this is okay. Kistiff is saying absolutely trust. It's the best goal. It's the best scorer of all time, right? Isn't that what Isagi Yoichi is? Grade A loser Isagi Yoichi's the best striker in North America, apparently, right? Isn't that what he claims? He's got 2 on the board.
I mean, you could just see, look at the way that Isagi is scoring, and that's why I was like, I mean, duh, like I'm watching him in the previous series, I'm like, yeah, this is obviously Isagi, and then I'm just being completely told otherwise by some other people, which is why we got to mandate some Steam names, because this is getting out of control, guys. I mean, what are we really doing at some point? And look at, yeah, see, PD, mods, can we ban PD in the chat, please? And this is nonsense.
Yeah, let's get PD out of here. This is absolutely not. We're getting trolled by the guy who like runs this league or whatever. What is this? I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. But hey, Pella, let's lock it back in, right? Let's lock it back in. Voidbound is up 2-0. We've gone through 2 minutes of gameplay right now. We are 2-0 on the side of Pretty Yoichi, scoring both of them, and he almost gets another one there for a hat trick. But my lord, Divine is has his work put out for him.
Yeah, and to be credit to Divine, obviously, in the previous series that we saw him play against Overdose South America, he was on a heat check. We've seen a lot of these keepers really primed up so far here tonight. And how about the deciding factor, Diz, bringing their deficit back within 1. A huge goal here for Diz, 2-1 lead.
Okay, so we're also getting another update from Jergsy. Pretty has no period in her name.
Wow, is that really the quote-unquote deciding factor between those two? Is that really the difference?
Well, there's a little symbol there. I don't know. But right now, we've got Morty's Minions on the board. Diz, the deciding factor himself, puts one in. And let's see if we can continue that namesake here. Kali putting a lot of dance moves down there at the front of the goalkeeper, but Dirty Toro was completely unfazed by it.
Yeah, and then that's a big thing right there, obviously, in this game, because Cali had so much success in terms of that pass shot action, and oh my! Another one via the header, scraping over the top and touching the clouds. Great goal once again for Isagi, and it's a hat trick now in game 1.
This is all the pretty. Okay, man. Look, at this point, again, back to where we had it a second ago. I like the chat getting involved. This is the best part of it. No, it is not the finals yet. This is the other semifinals. Overdose North America is waiting for the winner of this match, and I think right now we are seeing Voidbound. Never mind. They're making a name for themselves, but Diz, the deciding factor, is slowly creeping up.
And we talked about Diz, how in the previous series, he was pretty much completely taken out when it comes to the goal scoring department. He only scored 1 goal, and it was the goal to end the series. And now look at him here. A quick 2 goals against the same void-bound defense that gave so many teams trouble all throughout the tournament. Mendoza and Seth, who have been dialed in today. And now Diz, in a brand new position for the man, is having himself some good work up front. But right now, he needs his own defense to lock on in as they look to tie it up again. It's Diz, sent in by Cali. And that time around, Mendoza got the better of it.
That was a really good shot, too. I'm surprised that they weren't able to connect on it. Seth, a little breakaway play here. It's a cross at the top of the box. Isagi not able to get some toes on that one. Ty dancing in the corner with Morty. Those 2 players who I know have an extensive history playing against one another. They've been around for quite some time, all the way back when I believe, wasn't Morty playing on Lockdown originally? When
you would be 100% right.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. Oh, this is a couple of good headers. Dirty Toro lays on it quickly, though, and Voidbound are going to turn it the other way.
And obviously back then, that used to be kind of like, that was the passing of the torch in a way. It was obviously Voidbound. They were dominant for so long, the OG Voidbound. And then Lockdown pretty much took over for quite a long time. So they certainly had their fair share of battles. But here they upmeet in an NA Season 4 kickoff with a $1,000 prize pool on the line. And it's an offensive showing right here as Cali has an opportunity to tie it. But how about the veteran, Dirty Toro, just sniping that one away?
And I'm surprised, too. He let go of it because he ran out of the box. And it was just right into the toes of Seth. Seth was able to pick that one up quickly. Mendoza turned this around for Ty. Showed over to Isagi, but that one gets denied. Dirty Toro comes out just a little bit. Kali on the recovery, not able to act. Seth a chance on the right side, denied by inside. It's going to be a 1v1 effectively. Mendoza trying to get there. Kali just needs to dance a couple of times, but it takes too long. And Voidbound get possession back.
Yeah, Cali trying to put on the skates right there, but unfortunately it took too long, and the 2 defenders ended up mobbing as there's Isagi. Another shot rung in there. Good save by Divine on the Foxy dive going forward. 50 seconds to go. 1 goal game. It's been plentiful goals, all sorts of great ones. Isagi versus Diz right now up front, just trading and trading. But right now, Voidbound holding on to a 1-goal lead as Divine sends it way over the top of everybody there, missing at everything. And now Mendoza pushing the pace here for Voidbound as they seek the dagger in this game. Isagi, no good. Mendoza, once again, playing it all the way back out here for Seth as Voidbound look to manage their time wisely. It's Ty again for Isagi, blocked by Insight, but Voidbound, they just seem to never lose the ball.
Oh, they do lose it there, though. Divine is going to have to play this smart. The last possession will be had most likely by Morty's minions, but it's going to be tough. Inside is wide open right side. Opts for Cali. Cali, a chance now. There we go. Use Insight. Divine is up. Hang on. Divine is all the way on the left side of the goalie box. We are seeing the keeper get used as a weapon here. Over to Kali. Diz waiting patiently. They're just going to move this ball as much as they need to. And there it is. Possession gone over. Voidbound game 1.
Great defensive stand right there by Voidbound. An MVP performance in that game by Seth. But look at the performance all around from really everybody in the lobby, all contributing in some major ways. But 2 assists, 8 passes, a team high in both regards there for Seth. Doing himself some great stuff right there. And in a very exciting game number 1, where we have seen a couple of 1-0s, which there isn't anything wrong with a 1-0. There's obviously a manner in which they sometimes go in. But right there, a lot of goals. The defense has started to lock in late, and Voidbound were able to hold on.
Man, I'm almost kind of speechless. Well, okay, I can talk about it now. I almost got it, man. Only one more game. I only got one game this time.
I wish I got in as well.
Oh, we all got kicked. Hey, we get 2. Let's go. Oh, man. I can't believe it.
That is so actually extremely tragic.
That is. Will we get an invite, though? How quickly are we going to get an invite? That's the question.
Usually pretty quick, as long as one of the players on the pitch is able to see that we did indeed get booted. And there it is, Seth coming in clutch.
Shout out, Seth. So, okay, kind of takeaways here from game 1, right? What are we feeling so far? I mean, I do think that Morty's minions did put up a pretty good pretty good bout. I mean, obviously it kind of snuck away from them at the very end. They weren't able to turn in that last attack possession, and it effectively, it was a 1-goal game. So Voidbound barely skating away with a win there, but they're right there on the heels on the side of Morty's Minions.
No, absolutely so. And Morty's Minions, a team that has been really showcasing their stuff here tonight. Again, coming in from that losers bracket. They had quite a long journey yesterday, specifically in day 2, but they were able to, squeak that one. That was, I believe, one of the last matchups that we watched on the night. And so far today, they've been absolutely spectacular in all regards. They have been holding their own in 100%, but Voidbound clearly showing that they've still got it, even with this new look of a roster from way back when. And again, we talk about it, Isagi, just such an unbelievable moment. I mean, that when he was signed, obviously that video he dropped was so hilarious. I mean, there's not really many other words that you can use to describe that. He's such a hilarious character, but apart from that, he's an unreal striker, and that obviously was a major difference in the game 1 in not even 20 seconds to Keto, and he's done it again.
Can we just talk about how Divine walked the whole pitch, gave it to Diz, and it was a goal? Like, that was it? It was just the quickest 1-2. He was approaching menacingly. That was what happened. We just witnessed that in real time.
Oh my goodness, what an unbelievable moment right there. And now Isagi on the other end.
All right.
Oh my God, the offense is just plentiful right now between these two sides. 30 seconds, and it's 1-1.
Does this effectively become a shootout now? Is that what we're about to witness?
It's such a difficult thing to say because, again, we've been seeing Voidbound defensively so strong all tournament long, and in their previous series against 100X, again, they didn't allow them to score multiple goals in any of the games they played, I believe, against Voidbound. And so it's just really crazy to see both of these offenses just absolutely having a field day out here, as another shot whipped in there by Diz, saved by Dirty Toro. And maybe when it comes to this level of shootout, it does really become a question mark of which keeper is going to rise up to the occasion.
All right, guys. Again, for anybody who's popping in who doesn't know, it is not pretty. It is Isagi Yoichi. We've gone through an argument live in the chat. We've gotten corrected several times. Isagi is wearing a different name. That is all. So Morty's Minions, though, having to defend well against Voidbound here. Ty is dancing around Morty himself. Pass over Isagi with a header that somehow gets past.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's just a header on in from Isagi, but the keeper wasn't up close. It's supposed to be a pedestrian save right there, but not the case. Divine just jumping that one a little bit. It was so awkward for him. And wow, Voidbound right back up in the lead here after allowing a goal 20 seconds in. A really brutal moment there, and I guess I stand by what I said. It really becomes kind of a testament of which keeper is going to step up to this occasion, Taquito.
This is... is it a keeper battle? Is it really a keeper battle, or is it not just Isagi versus Diz? Like, I'm not trying to sneak everybody else out of the play here, but like, we've seen 3 goals go in. 2 to one side, 1 on the other. Obviously, as you can read the scoreboard, almost a 4th right there. Good save from Divine. But like, this is just like striker versus striker right now.
Yes, you're absolutely right in saying that, but I guess the battle, or really the I keep saying the deciding factor now because I keep saying Diz with the name in game, but I mean, if both strikers are going to be just absolutely unleashing goals left, right, and center, then I mean, the keepers are going to be a major part in trying to stop it, because that, especially that goal right there that was allowed by Divine, unfortunately, was one that I think we all know should not have gone in, as he's now saved a couple of them back to back. But yeah, you know, it's a really interesting series so far. The way this one has played out, very much different than a lot of the other ones we've seen so far here tonight on the broadcast, as Insight, Cali in for Diz, blocked down low with the double team there with Mendoza and Ty. It'll be interesting to see how this one progresses as they do hit it up for Isagi. One-on-one on the other end. Lobs it right on in over the line. Beautiful goal once again for Isagi, and they've now gone up to 2 goals in their lead.
It just happens. Again, is that the 3rd lob goal between these 2 games that we've seen from Isagi? That's got to
Yeah,
be
I
the
think
third
so.
one, right? Like, dude, I am just... It's impressive. Like, it truly is impressive. Ty gets this one back to Dirty. They get a chance to set up once more. But I am... Again, like I said, it's just impressive. I feel really bad for Divine, though. Especially in this game here, I do feel bad for Divine.
I think you're very well within your rights to say that, of course. 3-1 lead right now for Voidbound, and a lot of them have been maybe avoidable. As that one again from Isagi, top right corner. Divine tried to get there, but fortunately the 6th man on the pitch for them, helping out that time around with the post, but not this time. It works against them, off the post and in. When will it stop?
Jesus, brother, this is... I mean, it's just incredible. Like, he's insane. Like, this semifinals is shaping up to be something, you know, wild. Obviously, I think Morty's minions, they don't have a lot of time on the clock, but being down 3 here on the Mercy rule, if they can find a goal, they may be able to kickstart some of their offense. Back to Insight, over to Diz. We might find Kali with some possession. No, it's a pass back. Morty almost lets that one go for free. Insight, though, 2 weapons in the box. Goes for Diz. Oh, Diz could not get the connecting touch. But still, they have some pressure built.
Callie trying to get that pass shot in. No good. Again, it's Dirty Toro just yoinking it away. Great work there. The defense. Potential mercy somehow here in the semifinal, which is not going to be something new. And there it is. Isagi Yoichi with 5 goals in Game 2. And Voidbound looking better than ever. They're 1 away from a finals visit.
Yeah, this has been a performance of all time by Isagi. I can't even lie. Like, okay, you know what, guys? Yeah, hey, at this point, it's pretty. Yeah, it can't be Isagi. It's pretty, right? Like, come on. Like, can we all just like give in to the bit? Can we just give in to the bit? Like, is that okay?
Oh, I just can't take it seriously.
Like, Pretty's having a legacy game. She going crazy.
And something to note in particular in that game, I mean, not like they really had to do anything different, but Isagi, we'll say here, as I get, oh my God, I got kicked again. Wow. All right. Well,
did you get kicked too?
Yeah, you got kicked as well? Okay, well.
Oh,
I feel bad. I feel bad pinging Divine because he was the one that keeps making the lobby. And obviously, he's the one that's definitely going through a tough time right now is really the easiest way to say it. But what I was going to say, obviously, with Isagi taking those shots, that's 5 goals. And if you look at the other stats, only 1 pass. Not a single other stat recorded in that game for the number 9 up front there for Voidbound. And it's just really something, it's just a spectacle to continue to watch here at its highest level of the sport.
I mean, at this point, like, I mean, they're up 2-0, right? We got 2-0 to the side of Voidbound. They're currently looking to sweep their way into finals. And, I mean, I would say Morty's minions got to put a hand up. I mean, it's exactly what we're seeing from the goalkeepers. But, yeah, we got the graphic thrown up here for you guys. It obviously, on that top side, Overdose NA will move forward. They did beat Strive. And we're currently on that bottom match on the far right side. So we're just waiting for one more, guys. We got one more after this. And these are all best of 5s. Once we get into grands, it will effectively become a best of 7.
That is absolutely perfectly said there by Taquito. And that's a moment that we're certainly all waiting for, because a long tournament like this deserves 2 phenomenal teams. And right now, Overdose NA have done it. And Voidbound now looking to follow them. As again, I mentioned it a couple of times, but these are the only 2 teams left that have yet to lose a series in the tournament, and they might now find against each other in the final. Let's see if that is indeed the case, but Morty's minions, hopefully for their sake and for the sake of this series, have something to say about it.
It's going to be do or die. You have to... Well, you know. I guess the game starts with defending the shot.
The game absolutely does, and look at that. Is that not crazy? Because it looks like Insight I mean, what more can Insight do? He jumped right in front of where that shot was going, and it just goes literally right over the top of the head. That is insanity. What are you supposed to do to defend that?
I mean, again, look, Kistif said he's the best. Isagi is self-proclaimed best. Who are we gonna believe, right?
I mean, we're witnessing it right now. I mean, this is really something special that we're watching here with Isagi / Pretty up front. It is a
There we go.
really
Yeah, he
huge
leaned
thing.
into it, baby. He leaned into it. Let's go. He's here, guys. We finally got Pelmab to lean into it, baby.
Oh my goodness! Top box, no good. Headed away by Insight. I think I died earlier when you said it was Pretty Yoichi was the exact verbiage that you used to combine the two together. As big moment there by Diz, trying to at least get something to smile about here for Morty's minions, but one touch too heavy right there, and it falls away from him.
I mean, at this point, we've got to see more. Look, okay, Mendoza, you're just trolling. I saw that movement. That did nothing whatsoever. Got it over to Ty. Isagi goes for the shot, denied by Insight. They're gonna pick this one back up though. Mendoza finds it over here on the right side. Pass central goes to Ty. Shot on target, but Divine's got hands.
And I'm honestly really curious. I don't really know if I want to know, but at the same time, I'm interested to see what are the comms like right now for Morty's minions based on what they've had to deal with when they go up against this guy. Sagi Yoichi up front, just absolutely having a field day. And you got to feel again for Divine. We've been talking about it all series, but at the same time, you know, at the end of the day, you got to try to at least be better. Obviously, he's let a couple goals in that he probably shouldn't have, but at the same time, I mean, the striking prowess is something that is almost unbeatable. And right now, Morty's minions themselves offensively have to get it back together how they did in game one.
They really do. Big bomb up the field. It's denied by Insight. Ty is able to pick it up, though. Isagi, a chance here, but it's a good slide tackle from Insight. So no pressure built in the box. It will be effectively still a 1-goal game as Voidbound is trying to push their advantage with Isagi Yoichi up the field. Kali has to dance through a couple people. Slide tackles good from Ty. So it shuts down this attack for just a little bit longer. Seth picking the pockets. Voidbound the other way.
Seth, ball in, left side. He looks for Isagi, and he was actually wide open, but the pass not on the money there, unfortunately. Maybe not on the same page with where he wanted him to go. Pass on in now for Mendoza. Gets cleared away by a heavy foot there of an Insight. And now Kali and Diz. Haven't had many looks like this as of recently. It's Kali on the line, playing it for Diz. And how about one of our favorite players, Taquito, Dirty Toro, winning in that duel?
That was impressive, not gonna lie. Sagi goes for the shot, can't get past Insight. And I'll be honest, ever since that first goal has gone in, Insight has locked down Isagi Yoichi at the top of the box. Oh, what a heat check. Dirty Toro is wide awake, though.
Beautiful save once again here by Dirty Toro. Now Mendoza swinging it on over into the right side. It's a rare moment with Isagi not in the box, and he does record a pass. Playing that one back here for Ty, which ends up all the way back on the recycle here for the keeper, Dirty Toro. Tries to play it in for Seth, and it looked to be an easy one to grab, although it goes around him. Seth, though, manages to win it on back in the corner against Morty. Voidbound holding on to just this 1-goal lead, and I think, well, you know, we've been having a lot of fun. We've all of a sudden, we've only got really 2 minutes to go in this game, and an offensive onslaught that has been going on between these two sides has become quite a defensive duel.
It really has, and I'm very impressed to see, I mean, the way that Morty's minions have stepped up. Like I said, they gave up the early goal, but there's not really been a lot of opportunities for scoring on the side of Voidbound. Big pockets picked right there. Kali has Morty. There's Diz at the top. We might see something here, and it's, oh my Lord, Mendoza. I'm so glad you didn't just instantly push the kick button, because that could have looked ugly.
It could have. I think I really liked what I saw from Morty's minions right there. I felt like they were cooking up something special, something unique, but they just weren't able to fully execute it right there. Again, it looked a little impromptu. We'll never know, but it is still Ty in control of this ball now with under 90 seconds to play. Voidbound. Could it be a sweep potentially here in the semis? It's Isagi! Blows one by left side. It's probably the longest it's been since he scored a goal. A bit of a drought, but it's still a brace here in game 3.
Pretty Yoichi strikes again, my friend. It's just, that's 7 goals in 2 games. What was the goal count in the first game? Did he score all 3?
I think he absolutely did.
Okay, so that's 10 goals this series.
Wow.
9. Excuse me, 9. I don't know how to count. 9. Yeah.
Yeah,
9.
but he has been really otherworldly right now. And again, there's only 1 minute to go here. Callie, who's been pretty much nullified, has finally found the back of the net. The star forward from their previous series, scoring plenty goals against Overdose SA, now finally gets one to go here against Voidbound in the clutch.
And that's probably the perfect time to score one right now. Is you have 57 seconds left. Voidbound are going to have to play this possession really smart, and they're not going to be able to give up many opportunities, whether it be to the opposing team or themselves. They're going to have to try to play the clock as well as they can. Isagi looking for another goal. Divine will lay on it. They've got a little bit of extra time on their side for Morty's minions, but it's still not a lot. They need to use this last possession to score.
Insight, right side, wide open. Voidbound completely stacking up in their box here. Let's see what Morty's minions can pull off. The answer for that one, entry pass, nothing. But it does go back again here for Insight. They'll switch it. Now on over here for Morty Smith. Ball up top, looking for Diz. No good. Voidbound, the wall is keeping him out right now. Left wing, Morty, just a finesse shot. Oh my! 2 goals in the final minute by Morty's minions, and they're right back in it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Never say never. That clock can hit 0 right now. We have golden goal opportunity. Voidbound. They need a goal if they want to see grand finals. Morty's minions, they need a goal if they want this series to stay alive. Shot over. Leave it up to Isagi. Tie. A chance here. Puts it on target. Divine, though, recovers in time.
And this is where the tension is going to be at its all-time high for Divine, who's been battle-tested in this series. Now it's overtime. Do or die to try to force game 4. Let's see if his offense can get it done on their first attempt. Morty off the wall here for Callie. Not going to force one early, as it looks like Diz is getting double-teamed. Mendoza with some false pressure. They send it up top there for Diz anyways. Deflected out by Ty. Insight trying to play around it. Does pick it up against him. Sends another one on in. Too soft. Seth clears it away. Isagi on the other end trying to break down Morty in a one-on-one. Isagi pass shot. No good.
It's really good defense there by Morty. Divine is going to have to be smart with this one. We'll probably, I was going to say opt for the cross. You have Insight wide open. Morty can slowly diagonally cross their way up the pitch. There's a lot of grass covered on that one, but Ty picks the pockets. Dirty Toro picks this one up. Good opportunity here for Voidbound to also start their march the other direction. However, it's just that lone man at the top. Isagi Yoichi waiting to see who will give him a pass. Right now, we find it's going to go over to Ty. Ty back central. Insight left alone to pick it up, but Voidbound don't lose possession.
Seth ringing it on up, looking for Isagi once again. Divine playing aggressive. Love that decision. And he finds a perfect ball for Callie. And Dirty just sliding into the ground, takes that one away. It was a great sequence there by Divine, giving Callie an opportunity one-on-one, potentially with a couple of defenders right behind him. But not enough time with Dirty in the way. Good work out there by Voidbound. It is Seth. Right. Isagi wins it in overtime of Game 3. He's done it again, folks. And this one ends in a sweep.
Holy moly. What a shot off the post and in. Isagi calls series. Voidbound to the grand finals to face off Overdose North America. We don't need to say much about it. 2 teams have gone undefeated through this entire bracket. 2 teams will meet up once more. It looks to be what we now see moving into this is the kickoff of season 4, so this will be the 2 Titans of North America holding it down.
You're absolutely correct in saying that. I wouldn't ask for anything better than these 2 sides. Again, really the premier top 2 teams right now on the NA scene, now meeting up without having lost a single match all tournament long. It's going to be a lot to look forward to. Guys, we're going to get this one set up. Going to get back and talk about it maybe just for a little bit. But best of 7 is now in store after a full night of best of 5s. It'll be the best of 7 where we see 2 incredible teams face off. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
Don't you go. You make my every cell flow, my every breath slow and cold. Yeah, that's how You make me feel I'm yours. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To calm down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. No. Right now, it feel like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To calm down, like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go, never let go. Hey, don't you know, we all need someone to love me, someone to make it feel like home. You make me feel I'm home. You bring me up when I hear only radio static. Play me a song on repeat. You hit me like right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To calm down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. No. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To calm down feels like a bitter antidote. Right now, it feel like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To calm down, like a bitter antidote. Never let go. Never let go, never let go. No. Right now, you hit me like chemicals. I doubt I'll ever gonna let you go. To calm down feels like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go. Right now, it feel like chemicals. Right now, never gonna let you go. To calm down, like a bitter antidote. Never let go, never let go.
He dribbles it past one defender. He's got a lot of grass. He'll send it up for Nomdom's far post for Phoenix, who wins it in overtime for
Constantino al
Team.
mando la contra. La quiere jugar con Ricky. Ricky para Constantino. Constantino de nuevo para Ricky. ¡Gol de Ricky!
Taquito.
Simu now getting involved in the box. That's a shot. Hit good. Simu calling game one for Team Northland.
Oh my goodness. And after all of the heat check here for Skotos, a turtle dive. Ladies and gentlemen, what more is there to say? We've been here all weekend long. we finally found our final two standing. Overdose NA against Voidbound. Taquito, I'm so excited for this. I don't know about you.
No, man, this feels. I kind of like. We've been talking about it all day because we're old heads. We've been around the block. We were there for the original dynasties of Voidbound themselves, and then Lockdown, and then we saw AP All Pro, and then Orglis, and now we're here. We're here with Overdose, kind of like being that team that's taken over at the top. And with VB being back, it feels like we just kind of moved the needle of time backwards to June of last year and July of last year when this game came out, and this team was all we could talk about with North America. Voidbound was like that. It was synonymous with the game rematch here in North America. So to see it here, man, it feels good. It feels like exciting to kind of like talk about it, I guess. It kind of feels good to be in this grand finals to see this team name back up here.
You're 100% right. It's a full circle moment, really, for us into this one as we now head on in, ladies and gentlemen, to our best of 7. Overdose in the black, Voidbound in the blue here on your broadcast. As Overdose will look to get things started. And we've seen much different paths against these two sides. They've gone up against a different array of kind of teams, but Overdose NA went through, obviously, the #1 team of Europe, the other semifinal, whereas Voidbound have really been going up against strictly some NA sides, and they've completely dominated them up until this point. As, oh my goodness, Isagi trying to get things started off on the same note that he was in the previous series, but it will be instead Kistif on the other end, who slams it right side, and Overdose, Grow to Kistif, got us started.
This is, man, what in the world? Kistif said that he is the best striker. So, Isagi, time to kind of strap them shoes on, pull the pants up tight, and put it to show ball. Like, do you know ball? Can you ball against a player like Kistif? Grow and Kistif have been working together at the top side of Overdose in A for a long time. And look at that. We got 2 goals apiece for both of them.
And Grow absolutely has always been one of my favorite players. I mean, I don't want to be such a throwback, but I used to actually play against Grow way back in the day, and he is unbelievable. Just a little camera flick right there, gets that one to go on through. Disgusting work right out of the gate, and a team that were so difficult to get through defensively have now allowed 2 goals in the first minute of game 1 here. Unbelievable, and as you mentioned, a true testament of who is the best striker in NA. Isagi on Voidbound, Kistif on Overdose, but the bigger picture is who's going to be holding the title at the end of the night.
And again, right now, Overdose is just that team that offensively is so terrifying. That one squeezes off the woodwork. Get another chance at it here. Grow gets interrupted, but Kistif picks it up. Dirty Toro is able to lay on it, and it's not going to be a third, but still a 2-0 deficit is going to be tough to come back from.
Isagi, his shot blocked there by JJ, and I'm surprised with how easy Overdose have been able to work their way through the back line, really, of Mendoza and Seth. They've just given some great looks, and Dirty, a surprise, just completely getting blown open here. It's another one that he has to go down to his right and save. It's really something to speak on here for Overdose right out of the gate. They've been waiting just for a little bit. Obviously, that series obviously ending in a sweep, so they didn't have to wait overly long, at least hopefully for them is what they would have liked. Ball in again for Isagi, cleared away by Fear. A great matchup indeed that one is, as Ty, another pass on in, blocked by JJ. And something interesting to note, Taquito, obviously, just when we talk about the fans aspect of this one, Overdose, I mean, again, they have a top team pretty much in every single region. They have a real international fan base that's going to be rooting them on here in this finals, whereas Voidbound, again, strictly NA, kind of for the OGs.
Yeah, no, it's this one that goes out to us kind of deal, but I think Overdose, they're proving that their offensive prowess is something you just cannot ignore. With Grow and Kistif both taking a pair of goals to move into this halftime. We're trying to see another one here. Kistif fires, but Dirty Toro is able to save that one away. Voidbound have yet to heat up. They've yet to really start. It looks like Isagi has really been shut down this whole time. They might need to juice up a little bit moving into this next half.
And they do exactly that. Double coverage. You could probably triple cover him, and sometimes it just won't matter. Isagi Yoichi waiting patiently atop the penalty dot, slots it into the right side, getting the keeper to dive the other way, and they're right back in this game.
Man, that's not a curse. What are we talking about? I was just calling it out to happen. Come on, Speedy. Don't do me like that. We're waiting for it. It's inevitable, right? It's inevitable with these guys at the top level. Like they will always find a way, no matter what. We've seen. I believe it was earlier. Who was it? It was not. Was it Kislev or Grau? No, it wasn't. It wasn't either one of them. It was Trupke, who threaded through like 3 people, even though he still lost the series. Like top strikers will always find their way. Like they'll find themselves a goal. Right now, it's just going to be how long does it take? But the fortune does not favor Kislev the same way it does Isagi. That one off the post.
Yeah, and I was going to credit Dirty Toro. I mean, he got really just completely surprised right out of the gates. Gave up a couple of early goals, the tough ones as well, with both Kislev and Grau. But he settled in quite well. As he is, though, starting to jump a little bit there, as obviously the post saved him on the previous one, and that time some good defense being played there by Seth. Kislev bends it around Seth, sends it on in for Grau, and blocked away there by Mendoza, who is going to have a lot on his hands clearly in this series with Grau and Kislev as that deadly duo up front. Seth in for Isagi, blocked over the top there by Fear, who pokes it away under 2 to go, and right now Overdose holding on to a 1-goal lead.
Now they are doing well to really kind of just, they have this single goal lead in the stranglehold at the moment, but Kislev to Grau, they try to find the connection once more. It's back up to Isagi. Isagi's gonna have to fight through 2, puts a shot pass down, and that one's gonna be a tie game.
Tie game, and as Taquito said, the word to describe this one is inevitable. Isagi, Kislev, Grau, really the 3 to look for here when it comes to the scoring department. And my goodness, this game is tied up right out of the gates. It looked like Overdose had a statement, but look at the way that Voidbound have been able to hold on and come back into this series. 2-2 scoreline. Over a minute to go in this game. Grau heads it in for Kislev. Another one rocketing off the post. And Mendoza and Voidbound now to turn it the other way.
Less than 70 seconds going into this one. That was an errant pass that went right into the hands of Turtle, but these guys, it comes down to these nail-biting moments. Tie game with the final 60 seconds on the clock, and you gotta wonder who's gonna be, like, you know, rip to Diz in the loss, but who's gonna be that deciding factor on either of these squads? Who really is going to be the one that steps up? We obviously know that Isagi is going to be the big striker. On the other side, we've seen Ty get involved. He's also up there in the box. But on the opposite end, it's going to be up to Grau and Kislev to really work their magic, the same magic they held in the first half of this game.
And we haven't mentioned him really yet, but Turtle, obviously, who is one of the greatest performances we've seen out of a keeper in some time. Oh my God, Grau, another one off the post. It's like 3 or 4 in a row now. Kislev backboard. Grau doesn't go for the shot, tries to head it back over the middle, but it was intercepted there by Ty. Grau yoinking it right back, plays it in for Kislev, but it's too strong and it gets deflected away. But again, Turtle versus Isagi. That is an unbelievable matchup here in the final. And game 1 now comes down to the golden goal. Overtime with Dirty Toro kicking it off.
I try to get it started early. Mendoza was there, but a little underneath, not able to get the diamond on the ball. We will find a push here. Grau has Kislev, top of the key. Seth patiently waiting. This has got to be the most terrifying thing when a striker is just standing there. You don't know when they're going to move. It's all reactionary based. You've got to be as quick as your opponent, and trying to predict that feels so hard. And that's why people like Isagi Yoichi and Kislev are so good at what they do.
And something to note, obviously, coming into this final series is that Voidbound has only lost 1 game of rematch here tonight. Let's see if Overdose can maybe make it 2.
Ooh, count it,
and
2.
They do. Grau, a brace for Grau into the left side, and Overdose avoid what would have been a terrible comeback for them to have to swallow, and they do win game 1.
Oh, man. Give me 1 second, pal. I'm so sorry.
You're totally good. That is a big, big moment right there. Overdose. What a moment for them. And the biggest moment, really, as again, it would have been terrible after going 2 goals up in 50 seconds to level that game right back up. And look at Grau. What a performance up front from that man to give them the win in overtime. Just truly, truly something, a spectacle to look at when we come into this match. And now, got to game 2, guys. Coming your way here in a matter of moments as we are indeed loading on in. Maybe question marks in terms of the spectators. So just in case, I'll throw up a side stream here for my guy up in the booth in Taquito. But we should be good to go regardless. Okay, that's good.
my headset died on me, brother. I couldn't hear you. No comms.
Oh my goodness, the headset
I was worried.
died.
I was like, oh no, please. Not right now. Oh, this is again has just been, it's going to be lights out performances moving forward. And I think that we saw a very fortunate game for Overdose in the beginning. And we're going to look here to see if Voidbound can bounce back. It's going to be a long series here. I mean, we are in the final series of the night. Final series of top 8. All come down to these 2 teams. And it's just who has the best defense against the or who has the better defense against the better offense. One has to trump the other. And right now, it's Overdose has just got that extra flair.
I think you're certainly right in saying that, as Mendoza does send that one on over into the corner. Fear trying to work that one in possession around Ty. Does so very well as it's JJ up for the open man in Grau. Grau looking for Kistif as he goes back and forth, trying to sneak his way into some open space. But Seth and Mendoza, they know a little bit better right there. So good work defensively here for Voidbound right out of the gates.
What else do we need to see too? Like, because right now, obviously, you gotta think Voidbound want to switch it up in some way. They want to kind of maybe add an extra step or two to their game plan. Do you think that they're going to look to mix up their offensive approach? Because right now they're giving up the ball kind of free to Overdose. It's going to be on that left side. Good slide tackle. But who changed their name? I'm so confused.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. Which name are you referring to?
Oh, it's Isagi. It's Isagi. He changed his name again. What a save.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's for me. It's the exact same. So at least the stream has a little bit of consistency there. As here is Isagi off the wall, but Ty not able to beat out the defender there on the follow through. It is Mendoza, right wing, cutting around with the extra effort, waiting for the pass. He sends it way on out here again for Ty. Ty, who has not been much of a goal scorer yet here tonight until now. Big goal here by one of the OGs of Voidbound, giving them the opening goal of game 2.
Ask and you shall receive, Pelmav. It happened once, it'll happen again. What a beautiful shot from Ty, a player we haven't seen score in a long time. But hey, back at it again. We'll see if the Voidbound power-up will come true. It may or may not, but at the same time, Overdose now have a reason to fight back.
And they do go off the wall with a great play. Look at that right there from Grau and Kistif. And it's Grau once again on the final touch, and we're tied just like that.
So insane, man. They continue to, it doesn't matter. These strikers are absolutely inevitable, brother. They will always they will find a way. If there is a will, there is a way. And right now, both these teams want it so badly. That $1,000 prize is calling their names, but who will be alone to stand at the top to receive it? Will it be Voidbound or will it be Overdose?
That is what we're going to find out after the long duration of the series, because I don't think there's any way that, I think me and you are on the same page. I feel like this has at least game 6 at the minimum written all over it between these two sides. Ty, ball in up top there for Isagi, no good with several defenders in the way. It is Mendoza again, who's having a tough day, or has going to have the tough challenge defensively when it comes to Grau and Kistif on the other end. But Mendoza doing what he can so far, and halfway through this game, it's just 1-1.
This tie game is going to be the most, whoo, what a save from Dirty. This one for me is, these feel more nervous than You know, like we have a series that could be tied at 2-2 going into game 5, but one team had momentum, right? Momentum going into it. I don't know if Overdose has a lot of momentum going into this series, especially with the way we're seeing it. Dirty, how do you just stand there and don't react? That is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen.
And those are typically the best keepers, the ones that, again, I mean, you talked about it a lot earlier, how in this game, even, you know, an old strat of using the backboard, it's honestly better than ever, but it's just a lot more variety to it now. You know, it's whether off the top, off the side, all over the place. And look at that play again, Dirty, and those are the best keepers. They try to stay really, really composed and really sniff out when it's actually going to be the right shot. It's now Ty off of the clearance, open on the right wing. Isagi, he's left open. Oh, but Ty's pass is just too high up in the sky. And now Isagi has to play it all the way back on out. And I want to give credit here for Ehab in the chat, gifting 5 subs. Ehab, we know how much we appreciate you, big dog.
Big gifter. We love to see it, brother. Appreciate that. Man, it was 6, actually. Was it 5? Yeah, 5, then 6. Looky there, man. Appreciate you. Till tied 1-1 going into the final 90 seconds here, game number 2. It kind of feels, what do we need to see change? Because maybe Voidbound used Ty and Isagi. We haven't seen Isagi really activate here in this game so far. Ty being the only person who scored for Voidbound. We may see it happen here. Isagi fires one home, but Turtle, big time save.
Yeah, no one's been playing better defense against Isagi right now than this Overdose team. Again, the all-around, just one of the great teams right now in this game. And JJ clearly been a big addition. He has been locked down, if you get what I'm saying, on this guy right here. He has been doing a phenomenal job. Seth, left side, shut down once again here by JJ. Playing it back on over again here for Grau. He was going on a run with the extra effort. Gets it around, but not in time, as a beautiful slide there by Seth takes it away.
Yeah, no, and I don't know who said it before. Somebody said Turtle needed to take notes, and that you guys are right. Turtle absolutely started taking notes, but man, this is crazy. Oh, that pass goes completely errant. Isagi was running back a little bit further, probably to catch it early. The final 30 seconds here, still tied. We may see this game come down to golden goal.
Fear, open left wing, trying to get Kistiff, but well too low to the ground right there as it meets the 2 defenders prior to Kistiff. Another one sent in. Kistiff heads it down. Kistiff, and the best look he can get, gets it to go off the post and in. Shocking for Dirty Toro and Voidbound, and Kistiff has done it again.
Man, Kistiff is carving a name for himself. They got 8 seconds on the clock, man. This is the amount of time you need to win a rodeo if you're a bull rider. Let's see if they can hang on the side of Voidbound. They will hold this possession for last attack. Can we see Voidbound make magic happen, or will Overdose go up 2-0 in the series?
Dirty Toro will go off the wall. Ty heading it down, but it's right into the foot of the defender, and this game is over. Fear. First one to it, and that is game 2. Back-to-back 1-goal victories, now in the clutch by Overdose NA.
This incredible, man. You love to see it. At the same time, you hate to see it, especially knowing that game was so close for both teams, and then it just immediately snuck away right there at the last moment. Shout out to Kistiff again. Again, he said it in the chat. He said, whoa, I'm the best. So, currently proving that for us. 2-0 in the series so far in Grands. Voidbound yet to answer.
What an unbelievable start to this series here for Overdose as they look to kick off Season 4 here at MRC NA with a kickoff tournament victory. I mean, with everything at stake, they've been in and around. They've been one of the great teams, and obviously a side that ended up leaving their former org, joining this Overdose team, and they've only gotten better. Really, really something special. This group of guys, they've been doing it at the top for quite a while now, and they're going up against, again, as we mentioned, the OG is back in action with Voidbound and with a look of a new roster. But right now, it's all about Overdose here tonight as Grau and Kistiff going back and forth. Seth able to keep it away.
Out to the mid, and Overdose still have a chance at possession. JJ having to defend it, or having to get past Ty, can't do so well enough. They get a chance to break away here. We may see a goal score opportunity. No, Grau shuts down Isagi. Still need to get some feet on it. Unfortunately, they can't do it on the side of VB, but Mendoza helps out. Seth is going to cross this up to the corner, but not in a way good enough for Isagi to strike.
And Fear tries to pass it on over there for JJ, but good dive by Ty, winning it right back here again for Voidbound. Mendoza, good little shimmy back and forth. It's Isagi. How about another save by Turtle? And when we've seen Isagi Yoichi all night long just rain terror on opposing keepers, Turtle has been living up to the task, as now it's Grau and Kistoff on the other end. Another one off the post.
At this point, I feel like Overdose, not even just in this series, but in others, have just painted the goalposts left and right. I mean, they're making absolutely wonderful goals otherwise. They're putting in tons of points they need, but like they have absolutely just been slightly off the mark.
But it's been okay for them in totality because, I mean, they really, at the end of the day, they're getting so much more looks, really, than Voidbound are, which is so crazy to say when you got Isagi up top, Kistoff another shot down low. And that's the difference right now. A lot of these ones were for Voidbound. They get it up for Isagi. It's really a shot that either never comes to happen because of the defense heading it away, or it's blocked right as the shot happens, rather than Turtle really having to make a plethora of saves. Whereas instead on the other end, it's been Grau and Kistoff just been absolutely getting some open looks here against Dirty Toro. And that right now, I feel like, is the difference in this series.
Oh, it really is. It's been insane. Oh my Lord. Turtle was able to recover on that one.
That is really unbelievable. I mean, I can't even believe what I just saw right there. Isagi, a shot blocked, Turtle was out of the picture, and it was stopped. Unbelievable right there on the side of Overdose. Defensively, still holding up to that name. Grau sending one right down the pipe, and Dirty continues to have himself a good series. Trying to make it great, though, as his team still level at no goals here as we're approaching the halfway mark in this game.
Absolutely are. Seth trying to get past one. He got past here just briefly. Isagi tries to do a little pass kick in, but that's a good block from JJ. They get a chance at it once more. Overdose looking to march down the pitch. We might find ourselves in a harrowing position. It's off the back wall, but saved by Mendoza.
Huge header right there by Mendoza, doing more of what we know him to do right now. JJ in for Grau. Kistoff got a full animation right there, but no ball on the foot, so nothing really happened. Kind of a phantom animation, if you will, as it's Mendoza going down this left sideline. Actually, not really taking his time. It is for Fear. Oh, trying to block it, but it was Isagi. Good shot, but it was saved again. Turtle, my goodness.
I feel like we've almost said as much as we could possibly say in just these very short 3 games for this series so far, but a 0-0 scoreline. Ty gets teed up. It's saved by Turtle. We've had so much action happen just in this short amount of time with these two teams. This is really what NA rematch feels all about right here between these two guys.
Yeah, and the Voidbound defense certainly starting to step up here in a big way in Game 3, but they need that offense to come back to life because their main goal scorer pretty much providing almost every goal here so far on the night, and I wouldn't be surprised as well with some of the goals that he scored in the tournament. It's been Isagi Yoichi delivering it to them with really only 1 or 2 really here tonight with Ty, and Isagi has gone well over 10 minutes at least now without having scored a goal in the finals. Something's going to have to change real soon here for Voidbound if they want any chance, because at no point can they afford to go down 3-0 in the series.
No, they can't. This has just been, it's been tough. It's been tough to watch. Obviously, they got all the way here, not losing a single game, not losing a single series. They dropped a few games, right?
They dropped, obviously, coming into the finals, only 1 game, but now that they've lost both of these 2, they're up to 3 losses here tonight.
And that being the most losses you've suffered, and unfortunately it's in the worst time. You're in the final 60 seconds. You got to find 1 goal, man. You got to find something here.
As it was cleared away once again, 40 seconds on the clock. Kistoff and Grau back to business off the wall. Grau not able to find that prio, though, and at least the diamond to be able to take that shot or do something with it as it just trickles its way into the wall. And Seth guiding it safely back here for Dirty Toro, playing it out now for Mendoza, who's got tons of space to work with. He takes it over the middle, in for Isagi, backboard, keeper's gone, but JJ shutting it down once again. Possession
out of the corner, it's a good stab, so we picked up by an Overdose. Final we're approaching the final 10 seconds. It's going to be golden goal opportunity at this point with Overdose in the push. It feels like, again, it's just something so scary. You don't want to be in that position, but they get it out. Ty picks it up. Has Isagi. Will Isagi finally find a goal here? Shot over. It's good! Isagi Yoichi, welcome to the series, my friend. Game 1 on the board for Voidbound.
What a shot right here by Isagi Yoichi. You'll see it with a GK POV right there at the end. And Voidbound, with a huge win here in overtime, are right back within this series.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Man, will we see a bounce back? That's what I want to know right now. Do we see the bounce back happen? Like, that's just... God, brother, God. Action, baby. Action. That's what we're here for. This is what the grand finals is all about.
This truly is what it's about. It's been now several overtimes here in a couple of these games right out of the gate. And now it's gone to two different sides. Overdose picking up an overtime win first, and now it's Voidbound getting one themselves after the longest drought he probably have faced all tournament long. Isagi not only gets a goal to go through, but it is the winner in OT to again cut this series now at least from a 2-game difference to a 1-game difference. Let's see what we now have in store here for game 4.
This is going to be, I mean, they're slowly starting to crawl. That's a great save by Turtle. My Lord. Absolute lights out performance from him this entire evening. Honestly, this whole top 8 has been incredible from Turtle. But the series is starting to crawl for Voidbound. Will they give it legs? Will they have something to stand on? They have to win this game to effectively make it a best of 3, but they still have a long way to go.
And it was that prolific defense in Game 3 for Voidbound that we saw all tournament and all night long that was really the separator for them to be able to get here into the final. And then that game right there, holding Kistif and Grau and the rest of that Overdose team to no goals, forcing OT even when their offense wasn't up to par. They finally get one to go through. Now, minute in here for Game 4. Overdose trying to find that answer as it's Grau and Kistif. Denied there by Seth, who if him and Mendoza have certainly picked it up in a big way as Dirty continues to be a constant in a GK, but Mendoza and Seth starting to feel out the game a little bit more, I feel like.
They are, and I think we're starting to finally see the rest of the team of Voidbound kind of slowly adapt up in this series, but it feels like it's more of a counter style. It feels like it's more of a call and response rather than that all-out offense that we kind of have seen from them for most of the evening.
Mendoza working that one around. Man right in front. No one really pressing him too much. Does play us cross on in now for Ty. But again, sent down by JJ. He's been doing a phenomenal service defensively here for Overdose, all in the finals, as now he hits Grau on the switch on the ground. Grau right side looking for Kistif. No good right there. Fighting over it now, him and Seth. Chipping it right back on over. JJ uncontested. Sends now another one in for Grau this time. Mendoza and Seth continuing their level of play.
They absolutely are, man. The defense is really where we've seen the step up. And no, don't catch me speaking too soon. Pass over. Dirty Toro somehow recovers on that one. Voidbound get away, and they have a giant chance to push forward.
Oh, and it was the perfect idea right there. And now Isagi Yoichi with a bomb on the other end gets it to go for Voidbound, and they have the lead in Game 4.
He has not scored as many goals as Kistif, okay? He has not. But he is currently making sure Kistif is exactly aware of who's trying to take the #1 striker title in North America. Right? What a beautiful answer back. 1 goal, the better, to the side of Voidbound. It's still got a lot of game to play, a lot of grass to cover here in this Game 4. But man, this has just been a wonderful performance.
And certainly so much time really here for both of these two teams to continue to play their game, try to improve, try to make the adjustments that need to be made. And right now, a huge back here for Voidbound, right back in this game and leading Game 4 as Kistif's shot, another one saved here by Dirty Toro. And that's what I was going to say on that previous possession. I mean, Dirty able to recover. I love the idea from Grau and Kistif to kind of go back and forth off the wall, but that extra header allowed Dirty to come back. But I felt like it still could have gone through if he picked the right side, but not the case. And now it's Isagi in for Voidbound Ty with another goal here in the finals.
Man. Oh, man. What? We got the duos working in tandem on both sides. We have Grau, Kistiff on one side, Isagi and Ty on the other. Teams are the teams are stepping up, not just the players. All 5 of them are stepping up to the task to make sure we get the best content possible.
100% correct. Everybody is elevating their level of play right now, whether it's the warm-up, whether it's really, I think, just kind of trying to navigate against each other's teams. They've seen each other now for 3 straight games, and now they've got a 4th one here right now. Mendoza, left side, waiting for something. They do send it in. Isagi on over for Ty. Good save there, left side. Turtle now clearing it out deep. Kistiff finds the open man in Grau. They haven't had this look in so long, and yet they still can't get it to go. Dirty Toro having himself a night.
Yes, he is, and oh my, he's just better this game. Like this game specifically, not the rest of the series. It just this game 4 has been a lights out performance for Dirty Toro, but we've seen other parts of it that have just worked so well. Their passing has been that much better. What a save from Turtle, my lord.
Beautiful save right there by Turtle. Now they play it over the gut here for JJ, but a little back and forth, and I wonder how Overdose are feeling now as they've haven't scored a goal since game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Voidbound have completely made the adjustments here defensively, and their goals are starting to go. And I think where it's really scary if you're Overdose in this situation is if Ty is going to be able to start scoring more consistently, really more involved overall in the offense, and it's just starting to click. I mean, you can't really double team Isagi anymore, and although they've been shutting him down quite well, if they open up that second man on offense, it's going to be almost near impossible to stop.
I mean, that is true. We've seen the one-man scoring show really for the side of Voidbound for the longest time. But I mean, like you said, opening up that second man, unlocking that next member could be everything. This time, though, the way they've used the clock to their advantage right now, Pelmav, Voidbound, I think, have completely shut out Overdose NA from doing anything to come back in this specific game. There it is. Yeah, got it over. Call game.
Oh,
Call game.
my. What a ball in this was, and Isagi Oichi, the finishing touches here on game 4. Tie to Isagi. I mean, my goodness, if they're red hot like this, I don't know what the future of this series is going to look like, because Overdose, a huge first 2 wins, but now that 1 goal in overtime has completely changed everything here for Voidbound. Off the backboard there, Kistiff and Grout, no good once again. What a series this has been so far.
It's been wonderful, brother. It's just been wonderful. We effectively have a best of 3 on our hand. This is what you guys show up for. This is what you show up for on the MRC channel. That's all I got to tell you. This is what you guys came for.
And the biggest moment, again, we said there was guaranteed going to be 6 games minimum between these two sides, and that has now officially clinched that. Look at the performance, by the way, from Turtle. 7,100 score. He had 6 saves in the game, and yet they still allowed 3 goals. It was dominance on the side of Voidbound. And now this series is level, and you gotta wonder what is going to change for Overdose moving forward.
They have to change their defensive tactics. They can no longer rely on just keeping eyes on Isagi. Like it just can't happen anymore. You can't focus anybody. You have to completely stay locked in on the entire squad. Everybody, all 5 members on each side have to be able to pay attention. And I think that's where the big step up is going to come from Overdose. I think they faltered pretty hard there in that game 4, but we're probably going to see a bounce back here in game 5.
Let's see if that is indeed the case, as it is Grau and Overdose kicking it off here in game 5. JJ in for Kistiff, saved right up at the top there by Dirty Toro. And I mean, at what point do we not even have to get hyped up because Dirty and Turtle are so locked in right now that it seems so easy for them. Good backboard usage there by Asagi and Ty, but no one able to find the follow through, the rebound shot, if you will. Mendoza one-on-one here against Grau. Rainbows it up close and personal with the wall, sends it in for Ty. Oh my! Unreal shot here in the start of Game 5 from Ty. Really reliving the glory days here with this squad.
It's incredible. It's just incredible. But we can't just sing the praises of these players enough. I got no words, bro. I got no words. Like, I don't even know what to say, man.
It's just that good of a shot. And now on the other end, Overdose answer right back. This is almost deja vu of one of the games we saw early in the series, and it's a huge one here, Taquito, because they went 2 games in a row without any goals, and now Grau and Kistif are right back in business.
Hey, like I said, they're not going to sleep for very long. You're not going to keep Overdose out for that long of a game. They were down for 1, but I don't see them being down for 2. Isagi couldn't reach that one as a long bomb upfield, but we will see a bunch moving forward here. Let's see if we'll see some long passes. There's another good defensive block in the box. We see another usage of Kistif. Kistif gets completely smothered up there by Seth. Seth now having to step up, picks the pockets, turning the other way here for Voidbound. They may get a chance to strike on offense.
Seth, right side, Ty in for Isagi, down low, bottom right, and Turtle, despite kind of diving a little high there, was still able to find that ball in his hands. Good work by Turtle, another save for him on the finals. We're going to have to keep track overall because this is an unreal keeper battle as we were all expecting coming into this one. Grau, backboard once again, Dirty this time. Good patience from that far away, reads the dot on the ground and just snipes it right back on out.
The thing is, when these goals go in so early in this game, it makes me like realize that we still have so much more time to watch these guys work, to see how much they're going to like advance their own gameplay live in front of us. But the other thing too is just you gotta completely wonder what goes through their heads, because I mean I can never play at this level. These guys are incredible, but like the comms, the adjustments, the micromanagement of all your usage here, like that right there. Beautiful pass. It's blocked well by Turtle, but still, it's just minute things. The nuance of this game at this level is so unique.
And that's why I've always said my catchphrase, the fine margins really in this series. And look at how it's turned. When all hoped looked to be turning against them, it's Kistif once again in between 2 defenders, bottom right. Dirty can't do nothing about that one.
Not at all, brother. Not at all. They go up by 1. Still, again, we're over half the game left. Over half the game to be played. And we're starting to see some new tricks. I don't think we've seen all of them just yet. We've seen most of them through the night, but we're starting to see some new things. These players with their ability to strike exactly where they need to as well, and just like you said, bottom corner, you're not saving that. We saw a shot from Ty. You're not saving that either. These are the, like you said, the thin margins that you can't get away from.
Now Voidbound, after such a strong Game 3 and 4, find themselves in a deficit over halfway here in Game 5. JJ clearing that one out on the way. It's Kistif, who tried to play it seems upfield, or at least maybe to himself. Instead, now it's his strike partner, Grau. Cross on in, blocked right up close and personal there by Mendoza. Grau taking his time with the dribbles, does find the open man on the switch here, and Fear, who is an all-around kind of player. It is in for Kistif off the wall, looking for Grau, sent away once again here by the defense, and now very quickly, 2-on-1 potentially here with Tai and Yoichi, but JJ, another block.
Counting down the minutes, both these teams are using the clock well. I feel like they're also doing it to really wear down the other team. And you see the shot totals just kind of like, ooh, never mind. Kistif finds another one bottom right, and it doesn't matter.
Oh my, Kistif, welcome back into the goals department here, Kistif, as Grau sets him up on a silver platter. Another one where the 2 defenders kind of diverge away from the shot, unfortunately for Voidbound, and Kistif just absolutely loving that bottom corner. And my goodness, who could have predicted the way this series has gone? It's so back and forth. It felt kind of streaky in a way. The overtime win for Voidbound felt like it could have been something. They turned it into a magical game 4, probably the best performance they might have all night long. And yet here comes Kistiff scoring so many goals here in this game, and they has his team in a 2-goal lead with 90 seconds to play.
Sorry, it lost me there for a second. Again, I apologize. Taking a big old drink, trying to collect myself, because again, just this last 1 minute 30 seconds, this last 90 seconds for Voidbound is going to be so important. They're down by 2. Do you see a chance where they can slide back in this one?
I think they can definitely bag 1. The concern is trying to get 2 now with this little time, because I mean, as good of an offensive team as we know Voidbound can be, it's been a really great performance here by Overdose, and clearly the adjustments that they've made in the short span in between the games has JJ and Fear having themselves an incredible performance right now. Here's Seth, shot, rare one for Seth, that is saved on out by Turtle, and they play it out. This could be the make or break right here, ladies and gentlemen, as it's Grau and Kistiff 2-on-1, a soft lob back and forth. Grau, his shot, saved by Dirty Toro.
They don't have the time, I don't think, man. They have to score right here, and then they'll have to immediately score or get the ball back. And with that shot, I think it completely erases Voidbound's ability to come back in Game 5. We go into Game 6 with a lot of momentum being held by Overdose right now. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, count it up.
Wow. I don't even know what to say about this shot right here. It is just ridiculous work by Kistiff. We'll get to see backs on out. Dirty's playing aggressive, gets it in between both of them again. And guys, we have a 4-goal performance here by Kistiff in Game 5 to completely turn back this series in favor of Overdose. And all they need now is one more performance, whether it's similar to this, maybe even only about 70-80% of this, and they might be crowned the champions here tonight.
I don't know, man. I want to say that we get 7. You called 6. 6 was just, that was, I feel like it was a given. We didn't have to worry about it. But definitely, with the way Voidbound bounced back in Game 4, I feel like we see another one here. I feel like we see a Game 6 bounce back. We get the full content series. We go the absolute distance, and we really kind of solidify the top 2 in North America.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the scorecard right there, it really it's kind of how it felt in that game, going all into the way of Overdose. It's easily their best win of the series yet, but they had 4 goals from Kistiff, but really it was done, the defensive side is where the damage was had as Voidbound. I mean, they had 10,000 less total score as a team, but in particular, our man, Isagi Yoichi, no goals, no assists, no interceptions, no saves, only 1 pass. He had 1 individual stat point in that entirety of Game 5. It was clearly a completely different kind of game, as Overdose have flipped it on its head. From a dominant performance from Voidbound in Game 4, it was now a dominant performance in Game 5 for Overdose. Now, what do Voidbound have in it to turn it around, as it is tied for Mendoza, a rare look. Maybe something to keep an eye on in this game.
We're going to have to see that full team step up once more, I think, from Voidbound, if we're going to get glimpses of Game 4 once again. But you are right in calling out Mendoza. Mendoza has had an absolute amazing performance on the opposite side of the defensive end. I feel like he's been pretty critical as well in moving the ball upfield for passes and plays that can be set up by Isagi and Tai. But Dirty and Mendoza really have been lights out for the side of Voidbound this series.
Grau working on it into the right side. Mendoza still in the fight. Does try to rainbow it progressively up the pitch. Procs the EE. Works some wonders right there. Now it's Seth playing it in deep for Isagi. Fear just all over him. Some of the body block, I feel like, stopping Isagi from really trying to travel in the direction that he wants freely. Now here comes Overdose once again, rocking the black. It's a Kistiff shot. No good once again here, blocked by Seth. Another one sent in by JJ. Grau now heads it down. Kistiff trying to control it, but it ends up with Dirty Toro.
Play ending there is pretty good. There was some pressure that was built up pretty well by Overdose. They get the ball back once more. Kistiff has a little bit of a breakaway. Mendoza has to proc the EE to get over there. Couple of dancing moves. Kistiff puts it high. Header. 1, 2, 3. Blocked by Toro.
That is an unbelievable play call right there. And I feel like some of the best play calls that Overdose is trying to churn out with Grau and Kistiff up front ends up with a save on the other end by Dirty. It's a really interesting situation where we see all these string together passes, but it's the additional pass during Dirty trying to recover that he then comes back and then makes the save after all, as Grau sends another one in top right corner, saved another time. Dirty Toro stepping up for his club here in game 6.
Ooh, what a save from Turtle as well. We almost saw one from Isagi there. Ty tries to get possession. He does through the extra effort somehow, but has to send it away. Mendoza now a chance to set up a set piece, but that one's blocked by Fear. Do they keep possession? No, it looks like Overdose will get the better of that one. This is still an awkward position to be in if you are Voidbound. They had some good looks right there. They had some good pressure built up, but they couldn't capitalize on it.
And I don't know if it's just me, but I felt like this series has gone by so fast all of a sudden. And realistically, we could just be 3 minutes away from it all ending if Overdose are able to really take charge here in game 6. But as you mentioned, kind of an interesting start in this one. It's now halfway through. Nobody on the board yet after both teams have traded some high-powered offensive performances. JJ sending that one away, but all the way back it is given once again here for Voidbound. Let's see what they have in store for us, as their offense has been a bit dull now as of late. Ball in up top there for Seth, denied. Mendoza now in control with it, with a slide in from behind by Grau. Mendoza still there. JJ just takes it away and plays it on back here for Turtle.
One of my favorite small instances in this game is stuff like that. When you get pickpocketed, when you feel like you have a play created. Ooh, big block there from Seth. But you just have a player run up on you and steal the ball. We saw that from Overdose, and now Voidbound get a chance to turn it the other way. But I feel like it's those moments too, when everything is just in the heat of it all. It's a 1v1 situation. Kistiff goes off crossbar, down and in. And it doesn't matter what I was saying. It's 1-0 Overdose. They're that much closer to grand finals win.
And I can't believe it. I got faked out. They tried to pass it back. It ended up with Kistiff in a one-on-one. And look at the camera shot right there. Just completely aiming towards the left and just yanks one into the right side off the crossbar unnecessarily. Unbelievable from Kistiff. It's now 5 goals in the last 2 games here for Kistiff. And he really wants that title of the top striker. But more so than that, again, this team, they started to slip away from them. And look at how they have answered, ladies and gentlemen, as they are, as Taquito mentioned, under 2 minutes away. If they can hold on, we'll be the champions here tonight.
They absolutely will be. But I mean, again, Voidbound, they have a chance to answer back. Good defense in the box. 3 smothering any of the attackers there. It doesn't matter what kind of setup you have. It's so hard to beat that. Only time we've seen it happen was Trupke earlier, but still, this is not an EU matchup. It's NA versus NA. Grau picks the pockets a tie. He had a rainbow touch, couldn't get it any further. Back over to Kistiff. Kistiff tries to get smothered by Seth. Seth gets a good stab. He will run away with it though. Impressive to see. Voidbound on a push. Time is of the essence, and it doesn't matter. Isagi capitalizes.
Look at this setup right here. It's something that I see from time to time. Look at the softest little touch from Ty on the top of the foot, right up into the bicycle from Isagi, and we are tied with just over a minute to go. Clutch factor in the genes from the club to the players. Voidbound, they've done it again. And now let's see how Overdose can maybe respond. It's up for Kistiff, blocked by Seth. Oh my, we might just be getting started here, Taquito.
I said they were crawling, man. They found some legs to stand on, but they need to really get a goal here on the side of Voidbound if they want to continue their life in this grand finals. It's still seconds away from Overdose being the champions here, the season opener, but a great save from Toro keeps VB alive.
Unbelievable save from Dirty Toro, one of the great all-time keepers in this scene, particularly in the NA side. He's been doing it for so long. Ball in. Isagi left side gets log jammed there by Turtle, as both keepers In this moment, it's unbelievable to see how they are managing these incredible shots. Save for save. It's now Grau. Block, trying to use that backboard. No good with Seth in the way. Trying to take it up now the right side. It's Seth. He's moving. Switch. Overtime in game 6. Can Overdose end it? No. Oh my! I thought we were going to game 7, but it's saved off the deflection. Grau in for Kistiff, and that is it. Kistiff in overtime has done it again, and Overdose NA win it in game 6.
It happened so quickly. 9 seconds, Pell. That's it. 9 seconds. What? It was so electric going up to overtime. It was so monumental for VB to get there, and then it just ended.
It felt like Voidbound. I mean, they had it. They had the clutch. They got the stops. Everything was going. They just, by the smallest bit, missed that shot. Isagi went off the post into the hands of Turtle, who was in his own net. And then the possession right after that, they take it up, waste no time. As you said, 9 seconds, and Kistiff delivers a strike to be remembered forever. I cannot believe what we just saw.
What a series. Just that's it. That's all I can say about it. What a freaking series North America has absolutely delivered, you guys. I genuinely just don't have a lot of words for that. It has been a wonderful season opener. Overdose, you know what? Kistiff, you proved it. You proved it. I said it earlier. Isagi was the self-proclaimed greatest striker in North America. You said, whoa, it's me. All right. You got it.
Oh, man. I mean, I don't even know what more there is to say. I almost want to get, for the first time ever, I almost want to get Petey's opinion about what we saw here tonight. I mean, that is really something special. We'll see if maybe he does pop in. But in any case, Overdose NA, again, a team that has this core, Kistiff, Grau, the whole squad, they have done such a phenomenal job at maintaining a top together in the NA scene, tourney after tourney for such a long time, and they deliver it to start off season 4.
Absolutely. Hey, talk to us, Petey. You popped in here. Talk to us, big dog.
What a series. Holy dude. Bro, Kistiff. The king. I thought that last play, I blinked.
I blinked.
Dude, he balled out. He wanted that so bad, bro. He wanted that so bad. Turtle with a insane, bro. Turtle is the king. The whole dude. I'm like shocked. That was insane.
It was. I think the best part of that series, just genuinely, was watching the way Turtle kind of stayed at a very consistent level of being an incredible goalkeeper. Watching Kistiff and Grau work in tandem throughout the series. Watching on the side of Voidbound, Seth and Mendoza step up on the back end to push the series to almost 7. And then the small little moments where Isagi and Tai also had their lights out performances. And a big shout out to Toro, incredible saves and monumental moments. All 10 players today in that 6-game series performed incredibly.
They absolutely did. It was just something to be remembered forever. It was such a phenomenal tournament over here on the MRC side. And congratulations, of course, to Overdose NA. I mean, guys, what else really is there more to cover here? It was one of the greatest events we've maybe ever seen.
Yeah. Hey, that was one of the best series.
We got to do an interview, fellas.
We got to do an interview. Who we going to talk to? We got to talk to Kistiff. You going to get Kistiff in here?
I got the whole team in a VC.
Oh, we got to go over there? Is that what's going to happen?
Have him go one at a time. I want to talk to Kistiff first, though. I'm going to be honest with you.
You want to talk to Kistiff first?
You guys have access.
All right,
let's just... Where are we going?
It's just
live
in the MRC channel. Let's head on over there, guys. Get ready for an interview to be remembered. I'll see you over there in a moment.
Sorry, I'm killing you.
Okay. We're locked.
Yeah. Wait, Petey. Oh, no.
Hello?
Kissed
Hello?
it?
Hello.
Hello? Sorry, I was gonna say something, but there you go. I don't want
Kissed it. You transformed today, bro. Holy
to.
smokes.
I've been like this
Bro.
for the last 2
Bro,
months.
No,
this
you
guy's
have,
been
bro.
like
But like
this.
you, like, bro,
Yeah.
you like, bro, like, dude. I'm telling you, bro. Like,
King.
you are the king, but like that grand finals was cinema. It was a masterclass, dude. I mean, congratulations, guys. Seriously, like 77 teams.
Thank you.
You guys balled out. All tournament.
We almost lost first,
Congrats.
second round.
Heck.
We did almost lose. I mean, it was difficult. We were
What are you
missing a lot
talking
of
about, bro?
players, so shout out TPG and TK and Growl. They all subbed in different times at the tournament. We had like 5 different rosters.
Yeah,
all the way up
we
to
had
the
like
grand
6 seconds.
Let's see,
Hey,
Tequila.
Kristen,
I know you're an interview.
I'm gonna say it to you. I'm gonna say it to you. I'm gonna say it to you personally. All right, listen. I know Isagi says he's the best throughout the community, so it was really funny to see you say it in chat. But like, how does it feel, man? Like genuinely, what PD said, you like elevated through that whole tournament. Regardless if you think that you've been there the whole time, like you genuinely like went above where you think your like floor is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm just putting on for the controller players. No shot lock either, bro. Y'all don't need shot lock to be good. I'm talking to you,
Yes,
Diz.
sir. I'm talking to you, Diz.
Shut up,
Oh
Phoenix.
no.
It's like, nah, I love Diz. Diz is the GOAT.
That's funny. That's funny. Pell, what you gotta say, man?
Sorry, I was muted right there. Man, I don't even know. I'm just, yeah, I'm completely stunned on what we've seen. It was just such a dream matchup. I feel like for I know I can say me and Taquito, but I say me especially, obviously, just because, you know, obviously way back in the day, obviously we got to see Voidbound really at their peak and do what they do, and they're right back, obviously, with a bit of a fresh roster. But I know personally, I know they probably don't even remember at all, but obviously way back in the day, I'm talking for the fans. I went to go up against a couple of these guys a couple times. Grau and TPG in particular. Who TPG we didn't see tonight, but I know what he's capable of. Kind of is that super sub. You guys are just such unbelievable, that duo, that partnership you guys have, and everything you guys built up over here. I mean, Grau, I mean, talk to me a little bit about what you really thought about in that finals here tonight.
Listen, I mean, this is a big dub for the fans as an organization. I mean, it obviously went to Overdose, but shout out for the fans. It was a tight ass series. We played our games 1 and 2, and we kind of just got content with the 2-0 lead and let games 3 and 4 slip. But we got back into what works for us and just what makes us dominant, and that's kind of how we approach games 5 and 6. And yeah, I mean, Voidbound's a great team. We were honestly happy that we got to face them in the finals, because I think they are the second best team in the league. So it was a good final for everybody to watch, and yeah, I mean, it was a tight ass series. It was very fun series as well.
Well said.
Damn,
mean,
we showing no love
well
to
said.
we showing no love to Turtle. That guy was on fire.
Oh, dude, no, we
defense
talked
is on
all
fire.
night about Turtle. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, I mean, we're not here without Turtle, bro. I mean, Fear was
We're not
blocking
here without
everything.
JJ
was
Fear.
blocking everything. Like
Yeah.
defense locked it down. Like, I mean, it was just a great series from everybody.
We're not here without anybody, bro. Let's just put it that way. Everybody here played their hearts
All
out.
7
I mean,
players. Or
It's pretty
6
insane,
8,
bro. I
however
don't
many
think I
played.
could have asked for a better. I don't think I could have asked for a better grand final.
That's awesome, man.
Called
It
him
was
from
an
the
incredible
dark
night for you
place.
guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, going into season 4, you guys are the best. Are you gonna stay this way? Is there anybody else besides Voidbound you think can stand up to you guys?
No.
Real quick, no.
Hey, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, we will gladly take the #1 spot going into the season. I mean, I think we deserve it. We've been working our asses off.
You deserve
and
it.
Yeah, we're gonna stay on top. We plan to.
Yeah. I gotta say, I appreciate the confidence. Pell, come on, wrap us up here, man. What you got?
I mean, nothing really much. I mean, we've kind of talked about everything. Again, we always love admiring the keepers as well. So absolutely, we gave Turtle so much props in that series. I mean, it looked like, again, I mean, you guys won those first 2 games. They were nail biters. And then Game 3 was also a nail biter, but I don't know. A Game 4, it looked like a completely different Voidbound, but somehow, I don't know how you guys do it, but when you go from getting thrashed in one game, the very next game, you just completely thrash them back. It was one of the craziest things I feel like I've seen in quite a while. I guess, I mean, what was the thought process, I guess, going in from Game 4 to Game 5?
I mean,
So
sometimes you
what
just gotta
happened-
remember who you are. Can't lie. Like,
Well,
we were playing
hold
completely
on.
different.
What happened was we stooped down to the other team's level. So when we start struggling or we start not scoring, it's because we play to the other team's pace. When we play at our pace, no one can stop the offense. And also, hold on, one more thing. Shout out to Derek is a big deal. He's a audible and Ferb, audible members of Overdose. They have the chip too.
Shout out Ferb.
I want to say somebody on this team who I have never seen play anyone else. Never seen win for anyone else. JJ.
Oh my god, what? Oh my
Bro,
god.
how you feeling right now? You've been here before. You've been on an overdose. You left lockdown, obviously.
Yes, I left
How you feeling,
lockdown. It feels amazing to be in the grand finals again with a different team. I know, I love lockdown. I love all the members.
It's been a while, I'm not gonna lie.
What do you mean it's been a while? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Hey, no shade.
Crazy.
Wait, hold
That's
up.
crazy.
JJ
Oh, that was
JJ won.
bullshit.
JJ won
That
three
was
tourneys
bullshit.
with us. JJ won 3 tourneys with us already.
That is true, bro. That is true.
Not like this though.
But as soon as I joined Overdose and I saw their offense and just the whole team, I knew we were gonna be the best at one point, even if it took time. And I mean, we're here now. We won in the grand finals of $1,000 tourney, 77 teams, and we came out on top. I mean, there's nothing more I can ask for the same. The same is the best.
Flawlessly at that, didn't drop. Didn't drop a series.
You did not drop a series. That was the last thing I was gonna say.
Insane.
I went through the whole tournament and didn't drop a series.
And we went through the E.
Did you guys lose a single game going into the day 3?
Yeah,
We
we
went to
lost
French
one
baguette
to
beat
the
us
43
once.
You guys lost one. You lost one match.
French
One.
Baguette did.
One.
Did take game 3.
Yeah.
one game.
No, I had the I wasn't here Friday, Saturday. I had the
Right.
dispute of dreams for them on Friday, so they could stay in the winners bracket.
True. We wouldn't be here without that dispute. Actually, we might have still been here. We might have
Oh
still been here.
no!
Shout out the 4-box rule.
Shout out to bro, low key. I think we barely escaped getting 4-box ruled in game 1. I think I dove out right as Kistiff dove in. That was
Yeah, can we
terrifying.
get a clip of that, please?
Hey, hold on.
Can we get a
Let's
clip
get
of
it.
that,
Yeah, don't worry
please?
about it.
Keep going.
Don't worry about it.
It's too late
Don't worry
now.
about it.
Never too late,
Nah, see-
according to Petey.
See, we were flying. We were flying like his foot touched the box, and I was already in the sky, like blocking.
True.
Well,
Seriously, guys, congratulations. I'm tired.
Yeah, I
What
think
a
we're all. I
weekend.
think we're all tired. Here. Y'all have a man. Go celebrate the win. You know what I'm saying?
What a day for Overdose, dude. Holy rematch sis tournament winner. 9 straight in the King of the Hill for EU.
Overdose is the
MRC
best.
season 4 kickoff.
Hey, don't forget South
Oh
America.
my god,
Wame.
shout out
top
Wame.
8
We
too.
forgot to shout out Wame.
Yeah, shout out
Shout
South
out, yeah,
America.
bro. They were top 8 too.
South America top
You guys are
8,
ghosts.
best team in their region. We're the best team in our region. The EU's best team in their region. The best team in the sis region. Overdose is just on top.
Yep. It's y'all's time to shine. Keep it up. I think, though, with that being said, me and Pelmav are going to wrap the show up. You guys, y'all have a good night, okay?
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys have a good
Absolutely,
night.
guys. Y'all enjoy.
Yo, Pelmav, I love you, bro. You're the GOAT.
Shout out Pelmav. Shout out to Keto. Shout out SS. Shout out Pito. Oh my god, not Pito. PD. Shout out Obito.
Oh, God.
Put our shit together. Oh my god, that's the wrong one. Shout out PD. Shout out PD.
Oh,
shout out PD.
no. No, not the
Lord.
fumble at the end. Oh, no.
Shout out Zilu, you know.
Exactly.
Oh, my God, shout out.
Oh. All
I
Oh,
don't know about that one.
right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Y'all have a good night,
You
guys.
boys, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, good night.
yeah. Fellas.
Oh my.
The fumble at the end, man. Calling PD pedo. Oh,
Oh
no.
man, that's good.
Oh no. That's funny.
Oh man, what an unbelievable night! And we pretty much said everything we need to say. Again, I just want to give some credit, obviously, to some of the beautiful and amazing people that really put this all together. I mean, all of the NA leads, really. I mean, literally everybody, because this is, you know, a tournament that was open to everybody, so everyone had a contributing factor. Obviously, Obito, main NA guy over here, he is so phenomenal. Basically, just lives in that help desk, trying to always help out, and he's probably gone through a lot of stuff. Alongside, obviously, Ehab, obviously Yoshi for everything that she's done. Just a truly an amazing crew behind the scenes, really everyone. And so, without them, obviously piecing this one together, we wouldn't have this opportunity right here, right now. And I just can't believe it, Taquito. I mean, season 4. Now going to be starting next week. I cannot wait for it to begin.
Cannot wait for it either, especially starting off like that. So looking forward to Voidbound and Overdose kind of reigning at the top. According to even Overdose themselves, they think that Voidbound is securely the second best team in the area. So guys, y'all got a lot to prove here in North America. You got to step up. You got some big shoes to fill, apparently. And especially for me and Pell, this was a look into the past, a reminiscing cast, if you will, as we got to kind of relive the era where Voidbound was at the top. So, with that being said, though, man, I think I'm done.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in saying that. I've actually just been casting for 9 hours straight now, believe it or not, because I was doing a tournament beforehand before I had to go right into this one. So it was quite a while, but honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way on a nice Sunday. And honestly, a little bit of a perk, though. I mean, it was a long one, not really that long, though, and it also started relatively early for us. So we actually still have a nighttime to enjoy here at Taquito. So that is really, really cool. But guys, I want to give a shout out, obviously, to Voidbound. You know, me and Taquito, we love him so much. I want to give a specific shout out, obviously, to my guy Dirty Toro. Absolutely love the man. He had himself an amazing series, but it just was a little bit too much in the end for this Voidbound team. But they're not going to be going anywhere. They're going to be sticking around and certainly going to be one of the top teams here in NA for quite some time, you'd have to imagine. But credit Overdose NA, superior here tonight atop the NA scene. Guys, that's all from me and Taquito here tonight, and we'll be seeing you guys on the next stream. Peace out.
Don't you go. You make my every cell flow, my every breath slow and cold. Yeah, that's how you make me feel I'm yours. You